Boise Entrepreneur Week is coming to you October 24th through 28th, and these are 10 things you won't want to miss. The block party is exactly what it sounds like. It's a chance for you to come out, network, meet people in a little bit more casual of a setting. This year, we'll also have musical guests Lo-Fi and the Shivas. It's also where we award all of the checks for our pitch competition winners. They'll be finding out at the same time you do. So come down, congratulate them, meet some folks, and have a good time.
The pitch competition is sort of the catch-all for many different industries and verticals. So what you'll see is a wide variety of companies from different industries at different stages. You're basically walking into a Shark Tank style vibe. Pitches are about 7 minutes long. There's 5 minutes Q&A, so you'll get to watch the judges grill the entrepreneurs with some really hard questions. This one you don't want to miss.
Founder War Stories is actually an event that predates Boise Entrepreneur Week. It's been going on here for about 10 years. This is a chance for you to hear really short stories from founders in our local ecosystem about times they've had to overcome a challenge or get through a tough time. This is a chance for our ecosystem's new founders to realize that other people have already had to solve these problems and gone through these hard times. It's good to network with founders that have already been there and done that and hear their stories.
Our motto at Trail Mix is from farmers markets to supermarket shelves nationwide. We wouldn't be able to do that without our partner Albertsons. The winner actually gets $50,000 in cash and shelf space at the Albertsons Broadway store. The food expo takes place right here at Trailhead. The space transforms into a little mini farmers market. You can walk around, try the finalists' food. You can also try the food of those who didn't make it to the final. Trail Mix is definitely one not to miss.
Co-hosted by Idaho Women in Technology, the Women Innovators, and the Idaho Women Business Center, Women Empower is an evening networking event that's really just your chance to meet other movers and shakers within our ecosystem.
This year, BSU is bringing us the Cybersecurity Entrepreneurial Challenge. By showing up to this event, you will see students compete for $20,000 in prize money in a reverse pitch competition format. You'll see some really innovative solutions that are presented who picked problem statements from private industry partners.
Entrepreneurs need three things to be successful: access to markets, access to capital, and access to talent. Our Boise Entrepreneur Week recruiting events are trying to solve the last piece of that puzzle. So during Boise Entrepreneur Week for its entire existence, we've been bringing university students from every major university in the state of Idaho to Boise to meet with our local entrepreneurs and local companies to be recruited. This year we have two events: Meet the Movers and Shakers, which is really a career fair-like event. About 20 companies are up there and they have 2 minutes to pitch themselves to anyone interested in looking for a job. And then from that, the following morning is our startup crawl. And you can actually go on site to a majority of these companies to see what their office culture is like. And these are really fun ways to connect with companies here in Boise.
The Elevator Pitch Comp, aka Life's a Pitch, is probably the most accessible pitch competition that we have at Boise Entrepreneur Week. In essence, there's two tracks. One is dedicated to students, and one is dedicated to everybody else, including you. You literally walk into a room full of people, and you have to weave through crowds and find folks that have a judge name tag. You gotta really get out there and get right in front of them, get their attention, deliver your pitch in like under 3 minutes so you can walk away with some cash. So polish your pitch and we'll see you there.
One of the longest running marquee events of Boise Entrepreneur Week is what we used to call the VR Bash. This year it's called VR in a Bar. This is a 21 plus event where you can do VR over at Strange Level. We'll have about 10 stations set up, a bar that you can exchange your drink tickets for and have a good time relaxing, trying some VR and networking with people who are also there to be enthusiasts of this exciting technology platform. Be sure to check out Librarium's Experience. This is a local VR company that just launched in the Oculus store a couple weeks ago. And so we have some local companies who are building really cool VR experiences that you can try at VR in a Bar.
A few years ago, the key stakeholders in the construction industry and Boise State got together and they were trying to figure out how are we going to spur innovation in this industry. And so Hacking for Homes was born. You'll get to watch students and the public compete for $40,000 in cash prizes. You won't want to miss it.
Listen, there's a ton of stuff going on at Boise Entrepreneur Week. There's plenty of chances to learn, meet people, and grow as an individual. Some of the events I'm not going to miss are our University President's Panel. This is a chance for Governor Little and our Idaho universities to talk about what's coming up and how they're collaborating and how they are also being innovative. I'm also really excited to see our past winners panel. So this is a panel of previous pitch competition winners who are going to come back and talk about what they've done since they've won at Entrepreneur Week. I'm also really excited to see a fireside chat between Boise Mayor McLean and the special representative from the U.S. Department of State, Dilawar Saeed. Boise Entrepreneur Week again comes to you with over 100 events, and that's ranging from everything from a corporate dodgeball tournament to talks, workshops, panels, block party. We're giving away over $300,000 in pitch competition prize winnings this year. It's the biggest year of Boise Entrepreneur Week yet. Make sure you register today at boiseentrepreneur.org. Can't wait to see you there. Top of the morning, Boise Entrepreneur Week. I'm here with my fellow co-chair, TM Rostigar, and we're really excited to kick off this fun week of events with our continuous conversation. So just as a reminder, a continuous conversation is a 15-minute talk between two different folks. The Smithsonian actually invented this, they called it a long conversation, which TM
I had to Google it to correct them.
reminded me of the other day. But it's a real great way to kind of see almost like live networking as part of a conference. And so we thought we'd kick the whole thing off by talking about what's going on this week.
Yeah.
So, I have a list of events that I'm really excited to see this week. I know you do. Maybe give me your top couple.
Sure, I gotta say, kind of looking in the rearview mirror, last night the VIP kickoff party was fantastic. Attendance was great, really gave me the energy to look forward to the rest of the week. I got my eyes set on a couple of talks today. I want to see the mayor and Dilwar Saeed. I also want to see the talk that Melanie Rubaki from Perkins Coie is putting on with some of the founders. I'm a big believer in recycling founder success into the ecosystem. Pass on lessons learned, become a mentor. And so she's got 4 founders who've had exits. That'll be, I think, from 4 to 5. Check the schedule, so don't quote me on that. But I'm pretty sure it's from 4 to 5 at Trailhead.
Trailhead, yeah.
Looking forward to that one. How about you? Anything standing out for you today?
Yeah, I mean, those two for sure, those were on my list as well. I actually think I'm really looking forward to the founder war stories at the Olympic with Jeff Reynolds. For those who haven't been to one, founder war stories predate Boise Entrepreneur Week. We've been lucky to have Jeff come back and bring that event into BEW, but it's a little different. It's like short 3 to 5 minute kind of like pain I went through as an entrepreneur. And while you're there, you kind of get to have this like emotional moment with these founders, and it's quite a different spectrum. You have people who are just getting started, just doing their first, kind of fundraising rounds, all the way to people who are much later and have had success and even exited.
Is it centered around like them falling on their face as they build the thing, or?
Yeah. So the prompt that Jeff gives them is: remember a time when you had to overcome something incredibly difficult. As a founder. And what's nice about that is everyone's kind of got their 3, 4, 5 things that really maybe pivoted their company or caused some kind of pain to stay up at night. And so to hear from them in almost this raw like format it's really refreshing. And more than anything, it's just a reason to go up and talk to those people afterwards, because if you're a founder, they've gone through something that you're going to have to go through. It's a great way to learn from folks and maybe make a mentor, meet a mentor yourself.
Back to recycling success, I like it, yeah?
So that's one for me. I'm really excited about Women in Power, the networking event we have up on the deck. Again, the mayor is going to be great with Dilwar Saeed, the special U.S. representative from the Department of State.
Tell me a little bit about the Women in Power network event. So who's putting it on? What's the vibe going to be like?
All right, so this year for that event, we partnered with Idaho Women in Technology, the Women Innovators, and the Women's Business Center to really make an event that brings all those movers and shakers together and gives them a reason to have a sense of community and network. And I think this week there's so much going on that taking a moment to just meet other people, I mean, at the end of the day, that's a big part of why we go to conferences to begin with, right, is to meet our people, right? So I'm really excited to see that event happen, and the deck is such a great venue up there. We'll have heaters. It's outdoors, but there'll be heaters and bars and food, and I mean it's
supposed to be sunny today too.
Yeah, it should.
I mean, look, getting there. I kind of look outside.
We're promising sun. We're not taking that back. It's too late now. So, kind of looking forward into the week. What else do you have on your list? Because I got a long list going through.
I'm just gonna go straight for the jugular. This year, the pitch competitions.
Yeah.
I'm the money man. Not today. On Thursday, we have Trail Mix, as well as the pitch competition. So 7 finalists, going up for shelf space at Albertsons, competing for $50,000.
Yeah, with Trail Mix, yeah.
That's amazing right there. And then we have 14 finalists for the pitch competition. Going again neck to neck for $50,000. There'll be someone is going to receive a $100,000 safe note from Kinetic Ventures. First time we were ever doing that. Glad to try it out. I know all the founders were gung-ho about, did I get in? Mm-hmm. Am I in the top 5? And, I don't know. So, lots of competition vibe on Thursday. Frankly, that's what I'm looking forward to the most. It's at the end of the day, awarding cash to entrepreneurs is like giving them oxygen, giving them runway. And that's why we're all here. We're all here to support entrepreneurs succeed. Even our sponsors. I mean, their sponsorship is more of an investment into the
Absolutely.
ecosystem, into the community, and into real people. And so on Thursday, we'll get to kind of see that manifest.
Oh, absolutely. Well, and there's so much that's, for everybody watching, TM chaired the pitch competitions. I kind of got to do the fun events, so I got the better deal. To be honest, the pitch competitions is a lot of work. So hats off to you for working on that. But I mean, there's 5 different pitch competitions. You rattle off kind of the 2 marquee events. But something that we've been saying a lot over the last several weeks is, we're giving away $300,000 this year in cash prizes or safe note investments, and that's the most we've ever had up for grabs at this event. And I, for one, feel really gratified that that's where we got to. I did some math earlier. I don't know if I told you I did this math, but when we're all said and done, including everyone who pitched for those pitch competitions, we'll have about 240 people that will pitch for cash this week at this event. And that's across all the different pitch competitions, and that's amazing. That's amazing that many entrepreneurs are given the opportunity to come down here, and as you said, it gets some oxygen for the business.
I totally believe your math. So, running Trailhead, you would think that I know every single founder in town.
You don't?
I don't. And this pitch competition really brought that to life for me. I've met so many new founders. And to your point, yes, running the pitch committee, it was a lot of work. It was hard work. But at the same time, it was so energizing.
Yeah.
I got to, for one, we scored them as we screened them down to the finalists. But once we got to the finalists, I took my judge hat off and put my mentor hat on, and it filled me with energy. It excited me. It reminded me as to why I do this and why we do BU.
Yep.
Is really, helping others achieve their dreams. I know it sounds corny, but in those sessions when you mentor them and they just, they lay it all out on the line, they tell you everything about their business and why they want to win the 50 grand, it just pumps me up.
Yeah. No, I couldn't agree more with you. I mean, that's a big part of what we're doing down here. I will say for everybody, Thursday, same day as the pitch competitions, is our block party. So now we're getting into the fun events.
Back to the fun stuff.
Yeah, I got to plan. But really what's exciting about the block party is that's when we're going to award the checks, and we'll find out the winners at the same time you do on stage to these pitch competitions. So there's a couple bands, Lo-Fi, the Shebas. We'll have some food vendors down here. There'll be heaters. It'll be nice and warm. So it's a great chance to just come let your hair down, network with folks, congratulate these founders who've worked very hard to get where they're at pitching here at BEW. So I encourage everyone to come down the block party on Thursday. Continuing on this trend of things that we would encourage people not to miss. Wednesday, Charlotte Yarkoni with Microsoft, our keynote for the event. Huge thank you to Dylan Woods and Tackle.io for pulling some strings, making some phone calls, and getting her here for our keynote. Yeah, I mean that's what being part of community is all about, right? And so I'm really excited to hear what she has to talk about. There's over 110 events. I mean, at this stage in the game, if you can't find a handful that you're interested in, you might want to look in the mirror and see if you have interest, because there's a lot of stuff going on. Certainly go to the website at boiseentrepreneur.org and take a look at the full schedule. Registration's free. It's easy to get here and get involved.
And if you're at home, you're watching this, and you feel like you missed out, and you really want to win some cash, and you don't want to wait till next year, there's one other pitch competition I'll plug really quick. It's the most accessible pitch competition we have this year. It's called the Elevator Pitch Competition, aka Life's a Pitch. Kudos to U of I to bringing that event down here. It'll be Friday at 2 p.m. at Jump. No registration needed. All you have to do is show up and be ready to deliver a 2 to 3 minute pitch to a room full of judges. And you're going to go one by one and collect your scorecard as you go. And there's cash prizes up for grabs. So.
And also I keep telling TM this over and over every time he talks about this. This is my favorite one.
That's only because he gets the pitch.
Yeah, it's the only one I actually get to pitch it. I jokingly like to come up with the ideas. I walk through the door. I think that makes it fun, and it is such a unique opportunity to test an idea with 40 leaders, the judges, in an hour and a half. There is no other place I've ever been where you get that opportunity. I
think the coolest part, you and I went to Moscow and did the version in the spring up at U of I. I thought one of the coolest parts that you then pointed out later was the pitches morphed.
Yes.
They change. So they start with one pitch with judge number one, and as they go, they incorporate these lessons learned and the feedback that they get. And that's real-time pivoting.
It's real time. It's
like
amazing. Yeah. No, I think it's such a unique format to pitch something. To your point, it's the most accessible one we have. There's no pre-registration, nothing. You can literally show up with an idea. You can make the idea up as you walk in the door and pitch for some cash. We do have 2 categories, both students and the public. So there's a couple different ways to win cash there. Well, that's all we have for time. I'm really excited to kick this off. Keep watching. We have the continuous conversation going through the entire day. When you see TM next, that will be the end of the continuous conversation. So he's closing us down today, but we're really excited to be down here at BEW, and hopefully you join us.
Yeah, thanks for joining us at ConCon.
Entrepreneur Week. Welcome back to our continuous conversation. Just as a reminder, all day long we're going to be sitting down having quick conversations with participants, attendees, sponsors, speakers, everyone who's, a good sampling of everyone who's down here enjoying Entrepreneur Week. This morning, I'm really excited to be sitting down with Darren DeLolio from Zions Bank, and I have to say just a couple of really nice things about Zions Bank before we get started. Zions Bank's been a longtime partner of this event, and there's a handful of partners that really put their shoulder to the rock with us and help push. And so, I've got to call out Malcolm Hong, who works on PR, and Brad Brockbank, who's speaking, set up some sessions this year. And so it's really wonderful as TM and I build out this event year after year. To have partners that come and really help, and that's beyond just sponsoring with a check, but really getting involved, getting their hands in the dirt with us. And so, thank you to Zions Bank for coming and working with us. All right, so Darren, real quick, we just met just a minute ago.
Yeah.
Which is the point of the continuous conversations, live networking on the spot. So tell me a little bit about yourself.
Sure. I am I'm a native Idahoan. I come from a small town Idaho. My family has a background in farming and in banking, actually. I graduated from Boise State University, go Broncos, and began my banking career 22 years ago.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And recently came on to Zions about a year ago now, and have really enjoyed my time there, and I'm out in Meridian. And the main thing that I do is work with small businesses. Small business development is the main thing that I do, other than running the branch.
Yeah, I'm always really curious when I talk to bankers, because I feel like I get some insight in kind of the VC world, or maybe some the startup side of things. I mean, my company Vinyl's working with a lot of startups, so we kind of see. I guess we have blinders on almost, because that's the majority of what we see.
Yeah.
But I think it's good to remind people that only 3 or 6% of business financing is through venture. The rest comes through a myriad of other vehicles, and small business loans are a huge one on how entrepreneurs fund their business. So what kind of trends are you seeing? Are we seeing since 2019, are we seeing a lot more SBA lending, or talk to me about that?
Well, SBA lending is always a big deal, and it's always a big thing. And I love doing those loans. They're super technical. They're hard to do. But when you can get one done, and for me, that's one of the real rewarding parts of the job, is when you can start somebody's dream like that, right? I mean, when you get that startup SBA loan, I mean, in your line of business, boy, that's all right, now it's time to go to work, and somebody can go do what they've always dreamed of doing.
Well, it's the oxygen you need to breathe, right?
Absolutely.
As an entrepreneur.
Yeah.
And so have you seen an uptick in the last few years? Has it stayed about the same? I mean, what do you, just kind of microly at the valley level?
So, I would say that there's definitely been an uptick, just because there's been more applicants, you know? But when it really comes down to, who you can get approved and who you can't get approved, I've always believed that really depends on the talent of the banker, I mean, I always consider myself sort of like a counsel for the defense, right? like you and me want to get this loan done real bad, and it's up to us to present your best case to credit. And to have those guys believe in it and give the go ahead, and that's sort of what it's like. Banking is one of those businesses that we work really hard to get customers and then turn away customers.
Right. So in that same vein, if I'm an entrepreneur and I'm gonna come in and talk to you about doing some debt financing, okay, what are the top 3 things I should be ready to go with?
You should have your profit and loss statement. You should have your business plan. You should have projections. You should have a good idea.
Yeah, good idea.
I mean, that's the very first thing. And then I would say beyond that, what you should have is proper expectations. One of the things that I see with new business owners is they want, it's like, I can make this happen, and all I need is $10 million. And it's like, okay, well, let's start with 20,000 and see how and see how that goes. But
well, this is something Team and I preach into entrepreneurs all the time, which is that you've got to figure out how to test your idea on as little as money as possible. This is where, some people hear the phrase like failing fast, right? Like, what does that really mean? Well, the idea is to really get to something tangible, something testable that you can get out in the world on as little of dollars as possible. A lot of entrepreneurs think, well, I have to build the whole widget, whatever the thing is, right? Before I can go to market, before I can start selling. That's not the case, and I think a lot of times even, certainly in the VC world, but even a bank, if you can walk in with some revenue and traction and showing that you're moving and you're actually getting things going, I'm sure it shakes loose the lending opportunities quite a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And lending is not the only thing that you may need. There's 136 different products and services that the bank offers, and with an infinite amount of combination of those products. And what it really comes down to is what is going to, like when I, what my customers get from me is really, it's only four things that I can do for my customers. Save time, save money, make time, make money, right? Those are the things. And it's like anything that I put together or offer and say, I think that we should look at this or we should look at this, it has to really come down to those four things for you. And what is really fun in my position is when you do put something like that together and you do make something work better and you make somebody's business healthier and more profitable, that makes, that improves my community. The people that they do business with is who I'm going to do business with as well. Right. And it kind of makes us all better and more healthy. I always look at it like that. I was like, I had a situation one time where I corrected some misfinancing that a business had and saved them enough money that they could hire a manager. And then the business owner got to go on vacation for the first time in forever, 15 years. As
an entrepreneur, that's very rare. I know.
So stuff like that. That's the stuff that I really, really enjoy when you can make somebody's business healthier, make them more profitable, give them more time, let them do what they do best. That's what I like.
Nice. Well, Darren, listen, that's the time that we have. It was really great to sit down and have a chat with you. You're going to see Darren again in just a few minutes. He's got a whole nother conversation to have. Listen, if you haven't registered yet for Boise Entrepreneur Week, it's free. Get on the website at boiseentrepreneur.week.org. You can see the full schedule of what's going on down here at Jump, and we're looking forward to seeing you soon.
Welcome back to Boise Entrepreneur Week. We are here with Landon. Landon is an entrepreneur, and hey man, tell me about what you do.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me. My name's Landon Cooley. I own a company called Pest Share, and I'm a veteran, I guess, in the pastoral industry. I own a couple companies in the pastoral industry. We've come into the prop tech space recently with Pest Share, and so we're a venture-backed tech startup here in the Valley.
Oh, okay. So like, what's the technical aspect of it?
Yeah, so we have a SaaS platform that allows, essentially it's designed for the property management industry. So it self-manages resident pest control needs for property managers. So we provide kind of a unique pest control amenity for property managers that they can provide to their residents, and then we use the platform to coordinate it all. The residents come directly to our platform anytime they have a pest control issue, and we take it all the way end to end to service execution through our platform.
Oh yeah, that's neat. Yeah. So So this is second, third pest control company that you've had?
Yeah. So I'm fourth generation in the pest control industry. So right now, there's 3 generations of us out there doing pest control. My dad owns a separate company in Southern California. My grandpa also lives in Southern California. He's in his late 80s now and still has a one-man show, owner-operator pest control business. And then my partners and I own a traditional pest control company as well here in the Valley. So it's, my great-grandpa started doing it in the late 1920s. And
I love that.
Yeah, one of the few fourth generations in the family following suit. But my brother works for us, so he's fourth generation as well. But yeah, we have a couple companies and definitely heavily involved in the pest control world.
That's cool. That's cool. What's the hardest part? What's the hardest thing?
Oh man, it depends which business. There's 2 totally different businesses. One's a traditional service company, obviously the other's not, and it although it has a significant service component. But yeah, I think on the with PestCom as our company, our pest control company, on that side, we're getting hit with inflation and labor shortage, everything just like everybody else. We've seen product costs, double and triple over on themselves over the last couple of years, and so it's definitely been a challenge for us. I think our industry's pivoted really well through it, as has our company, but it's never easy dealing with that. On Pest Share's side, man, it's containing the beast. That's the challenge. We've had some pretty explosive growth over the last year in the property management industry, and so we're scaling our team, scaling our technology. We've hired a lot of people in the last year, and so that business is fully remote as well. And so we have a few local employees, but everyone works remotely, and we have some offshore employees as well. And so just different challenges, but overall, the vision's clear, and it's just executing is probably our biggest challenge, but it's fun too. It's great.
Yeah. No, that sounds really neat. I kind of like the idea of like smart pest control, like applying technology to the things that have been around for 200 years. I love that kind of thing.
Yeah, I'd like to think we're pioneers in a sense in the service industry, in that we're really bringing a substantial technical component that dramatically changes the profit margin or potential profit margin for the business model. There is just this whole other layer of technology that, where we're going into that's never been done before in the industry, which is cool because it is an old industry. And in the pastoral industry, at least, I feel like, over the last 50 years, a lot of the focus and the innovation's been in the science. So, we use pesticides, and those pesticides grow more regulated over the years. And so it's required a lot of innovation and, with the red tape to keep the products effective. And I think as that innovation's gone there, we've kind of, there's been a lack of innovation on the technology side. Not to say we haven't, and we've had phenomenal technology come out in the industry in the last decade or so, but maybe not that of other industries. And so, we're excited to be diving in there and feel like we've made some, substantial progress, and definitely for the sake of property managers as well, really streamlining things and making it easier for them.
Is that your main customer, property managers? Is that who you try to put yourself in front of?
Yeah, with Pest Share, we're pretty strictly B2B. Our client is property managers. Our end users are actually their tenants, their residents, and so it's kind of a unique dynamic in that way. But our clients are property managers. So we go to dozens of property management conferences throughout the course of the year, all over the country, and very, very involved in the industry. That's for sure.
Yeah. Well, do you have much need for financing for your growth? Do you find any kind of difficulty with that?
Yeah.
Is that a hard thing to sell to like a venture capitalist or a banker or whoever it may be?
Yeah, so we this past year we went down the road to venture capital. We did a seed round with Capital 11, a local venture capital group, and it was, it's been an interesting experience for us. We self-funded and bootstrapped things for a long time, and eventually kind of fell into that, and it was a great decision for us. And so we're now getting to that point. We're looking a couple years out and looking at our runways and analyzing non-dilutive capital options versus doing additional rounds of venture funding. And I would say we're in the thick of it right now. Like, we're just kind of starting that process of exploring, and it's obviously with our economic landscape things are shifting, which adds another layer of challenge. But I think where we're at, we have a lot of options, and so we're at this point. This big reason why I'm here is just to connect with local entrepreneurs, and especially in the tech space, but also educate and just learn about what those options are.
Yeah, I always find when I'm working with business owners, they're really good at their profession, at what they do, but sometimes it's helping them with the actual running of the business side that a lot of times business owners don't think about. That it's secondary to them. They're like, oh, well, I'm a dentist. I do dental work. I'm really good at that. Okay, but how do you run your office? How do you run the payroll? How do you get loans? How do you get, how do you take your payments? Things like that. It's like, I don't know. Yeah. And so that...
I think a finance partner in terms of a bank or some sort of institution is so critical. I being on this side in like hyper-growth startup, I've definitely felt that pressure of you would think something like financing is so important that it would just be head of the line all the time, but you have so many things coming at you with such high priority that
and it's not what you do, right? You're like, hey, I need to try to find that, but it's hard to find somebody that is competent, that you can trust, things like that. That's
having that partnership there and just someone you can fall back on and trust. We have a great attorney, for example, that we just trust him. We don't feel like he's ever trying to sell us. We just trust him. And so I think in banking that's huge. There's always a lot of options out there, but it takes so much effort for the average entrepreneur to unwind all that. And so it's critical.
Well, hey man, this has been a great conversation. It's been a blast.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, Landon. It was nice to meet you.
Thanks to you, Darren. It's great meeting you.
Back to you guys.
Awesome. John, how's it going, man?
Hey, it's good.
We got John from KTVB here, Landon Cooley with Pest Share. We're back at it again. It's fun to be here at Boise Entrepreneur Week.
Yeah, it's good to be here.
Have you been here before? Have you been to the event before?
So last year was my first year being involved, and it was hybrid, mostly online. And so this is my first year in person connecting, and it's actually just really cool to like be. I love like the physical space. Like we can be here at Jump.
Oh, so
I get
cool.
to meet people face to face, so I feel way more connected this year.
Yeah, it's awesome. This is fun too. I love this continuous competition. We got we're in the thick of it. People are registering. We've got people working too. I know I'm supposed to be responding to some emails and getting some bids out right now, but it's just cool. Everyone's in the thick of it. It's great.
Yeah, it's a good time.
So I know you're with KTVB.
Yeah.
I want to hear your story and just kind of what you do with KTVB and maybe leading up to it. So yeah, let's start there.
Yeah, so I'm a news photographer, photojournalist at KTVB, and was kind of worked there. And we kind of did a couple stories on Boise Entrepreneur Week, and this year we're fortunate enough to be an official sponsor of Boise Entrepreneur Week, and it's just really important to kind of be a part of this ecosystem because we feel that, the job and the economy in Boise is really going to be centered around, these next generation of startups. So that's really where the future growth is going to come from, like who's the next Albertsons, who's the next Micron, but who are also like the small niche companies that are really going to serve the community. So it's really good to just be a part of that local ecosystem early on. And it's just really exciting this year to kind of be a part of that more, especially in person.
Oh, it's so cool. Yeah, I love it too. I go to a lot of conferences and whatnot. We had that virtual period of time where we're doing things, and it's been so nice to get back in person with everything and actually meet face to face with people. You hit on too the ecosystem and the overall, I guess, lay of the land here in Boise in terms of entrepreneurship and startups and businesses. And what have you seen? I assume you lived in the valley. You've lived in the valley here for a little while.
Yeah.
So you've seen a lot of change in the landscape.
Yeah, this building,
Yeah.
I was just walking, grabbing my coffee at Necker this morning and walked over, and I was just, Boise is such a perfect site. It still feels like a small town where I still feel like I can go to coffee shops, see all my friends, but also it's growing, and it's an exciting time where you have all these new buildings being built, and there's a lot of energy. I moved to Boise when I was 13, and then I left Summit Boomerang. I came back a few years ago, and I was in Miami, New York, Boston, Europe, Hawaii, all over. But coming back to Boise, it's been really cool to see the energy and how things are changing. How we have, especially talking with my buddy, who's kind of in venture and angel investor, how much attention and how much capital is coming to Boise. You look at the pandemic and the jobs and the people that are coming in and allocating more capital to our market. It's really exciting time because the amount of growth that can kind of start new ventures is just really exciting.
It's incredible. Yeah, there's a lot of money in the market right now, and people are looking to do creative things with it. I think that's something interesting too, like you hit on, of just obviously we've had a huge change in with people moving here to Boise. A lot of those people are coming with money. A lot of these people are retirees or people on the ladder into their career, and may not necessarily be contributing in the workforce directly, but it doesn't mean they don't have money that they want to invest. And I think it shows in just what you're saying. We're seeing a lot more capital come in, a lot more startups being based here in Boise, a lot more deals going on in the venture capital space in the area, which is super cool. Way different than 10, 20 years ago.
I feel like even kind of working in news, there's so many new ventures, so many new stories, especially for our audience, our viewership has changed a lot, or we're having a lot more a newer audience that's is not as familiar with the culture of Boise, and so for us it's really cool to kind of educate them on kind of who and what Boise is, but we also get to attract a lot of these new stories about new things that are happening. So it's just super cool to kind of be a part of that. And I just gotta say, dude, I love the blue. You're saying that you got this at Nordstrom's rack, so I gotta find out whoever did that, because it's a cool blazer.
Yeah, I have blue. Our company color is orange. We're really big on our orange.
Oh, really?
So we all wear orange shoes, and we just got back from a conference, and we gave out 52 pairs of obnoxiously neon orange shoes and had all of our clients wearing them in the trade show floors. The blue kind of goes with it.
It's going to fit in with Halloween, so for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. There we go. No, I appreciate it.
Good to go.
Well, that's awesome, man. Maybe tell me a little more, just like your specific role at KTVB.
Yeah, so I'm just, I'm a news photographer, video journalist. So stories will come in every single day, and I'll just have assignments. So
what's your day-to-day like?
It can change. Like when I kind of first started, they're like, I'm like, how should I dress? What should I wear? And they're like, well, like you could go from anything from interviewing the governor at the Capitol to later that afternoon shooting forest fires. So you really have a different mix of stories. And I think even yesterday it was kind of crazy because we had a couple stories that we're working on, and they just kind of fell through, and then all of a sudden we're like, okay, like what's next? And so you kind of have to like jump to like that next story.
Yeah.
And so it's really fast paced because you can be editing a video at the station, and all of a sudden there's a fire at a house, and you got to go shoot that. So it's pretty exciting. But
it's an exciting job. I love it.
Yeah, for me, I love telling stories about Idahoans that matter to Idahoans. So for me, especially our market we think often is like Boise and the Treasure Valley, but we serve a much more rural audience. So all the way from McCall and my favorite event probably that I ever shot was a high school football game last year in kind of a more rural town, and just to kind of see the entire town come out, and they ended up winning the 4A state title.
Wow.
But just to kind of see the entire come out and celebrate that football team, and it's little moments like that I love. And
so
about
cool.
what I do. So
my mom grew up in Mountain Home, and a lot of my family's from Fairfield, Idaho.
Yeah.
They had a big ranch, so as a kid we spent our summers up there with them, and that's one thing I love. Like we travel a lot in my line of work, go to a lot of conferences, trade shows, and we're so proud of being from Idaho. Me and my two co-founders are from Idaho, and then we have a part of our team, a small part of our team. Most of our team's remote, but and then we own a separate company, a pastoral company here locally. And I almost think that like being from Idaho and Idahoan is almost like embodied in our core values. Like we are kind of that traditional group of guys. We have families, and when we go into the rest of the world, interact with people, we find ourselves kind of being unique, and it often it ties back into where we're from, and people just think it's so cool, and it is unique and it's cool, and we're totally proud to be from where we're from. And so
because I feel like even for me when I was in Miami, my guys were like, dude, you are so from Idaho. And so it's cool because we have that small town feel, but we also like Boise has become a small city, and so we have that as well. So what are you looking forward to this week?
Well, I just connecting with more local entrepreneurs and looking at some things on the finance side, and really just looking to learn. And so but it should be a good week. I know we got to wrap up, but really excited to be here, super excited to meet you, and hopefully we can both take some nuggets out of this thing.
Absolutely. No,
Awesome.
It's going to be great.
Thanks, man.
A big part of Vinyl's ethos is investing in the communities that we live, work, and play. Places like Trailhead really become the hub of an ecosystem. It's where so much activity around new businesses and new ideas form, start, get funded, all the important activities that make entrepreneurs successful. That's why Vinyl believes in supporting these kinds of places. It's really exciting to see our CEO, Ian Harris, be on the board of Trailhead in the last 12 months. It's exciting to be a part of Trailhead programs like Boise Entrepreneur Week. We really believe that this is the way that you help all boats rise within your community. We're really excited about Boise Entrepreneur Week, and we can't wait to see you there.
Innovation and ideas, they need to be nurtured just like anything else does for it to grow.
Really needed a center of gravity, a kind of focal point, the beginning of the center of the spokes on a wheel.
You can actually create a whole ecosystem, a whole economy around a startup community.
It's no longer competing against people across the street. We're competing against people across the world. So we create something like Trailhead to help facilitate the process and give a greater chance for these small businesses to do well. So when someone wants to start a business, it can be in anything. They generally know one thing very well. It can be writing code, it can be making a widget, it can be new recipes for a restaurant. What they need is they need additional help on other things you need to be successful in business. Finance, marketing, HR, taxes, legal, customer support, operations, management, timing, competition, location, luck, and relationships.
What better way to do that than through a place like Trailhead, where you can actually bring all the different talent that we have here to meet, to work together, to engage with one another, to provide programs.
Everything that is needed to make a business be successful, we want to bring it into one place, a large place, where it can be a lot of things to a lot of people.
You know, Trailhead is a really neat, innovative concept. What it's really about is a community center where entrepreneurs can come together to share experiences and services, and a support network that gives them what they need to not only survive but to thrive in a growing Boise community.
Well, it's very exciting to have Micron support us very early on. With the donation they've given us, they basically are saying, yes, we believe in what you're doing, we believe that there's a reason for doing this, we believe there's a future for it, and we want to be there to be a part of it.
Micron is an iconic company and a really big part of the Boise community. I think it's really important to know that because a company like that is such a trailblazer in terms of innovation. This is exactly what we want to show here at Trailhead.
It shows everyone in our community and beyond that one of the most successful and capable technological companies in the world is engaged in this effort. And you just can't say enough about what that means.
So if we can help create a place where bright people with great ideas can come together and foster new ideas and growth, we want to be part of that, and that's why we're participating.
For our economy, for our small companies to go from good to great, it's not going to happen in a vacuum. It's going to require investment from every aspect of the community.
Trailhead is what we make it. We need everybody to get involved.
What's up, guys? This is Rob Pilecki, CEO and founder of Washi. We are here at Boise Entrepreneur Week with my new friend, John. John, go ahead and introduce yourself.
My name's Jonathan Fishman, and I'm the CEO of Lean Law. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, too.
Yeah.
So let's kick it off. You know what? Let me kick it off by saying, with this whole competition, I won in 2019, and I'm the only toilet seat company to win this competition. So. Yeah. I get some mad props when I come up, on stage, and everybody knows me as the toilet seat guy.
Yeah. Well, I congratulate you on winning that. How, I guess my question was to you. I was looking at your LinkedIn profile, and I saw this public service, and then you have this idea for this toilet. Right. I don't even know what it. I mean, I know it because from the reputation that I've gotten from your pitch competitions and from the venture college and whatnot. But I'm sort of curious, how did that prepare you to be a CEO?
Right.
Like, what's that been like?
Yeah, so I've been in government my whole life. Ever since I graduated from college, I worked for the VA in Honolulu. I worked for as a social service director in Bannock County, and then I was an elected official, right before I took the leap and became an entrepreneur. So tons of work in government. However, I was always in a leadership position. Right, managing employees, 60 plus employees, managing huge budgets. And I was always held down by the rules, and I didn't like it. I was always, I wanted to change something, and there was always some Idaho code or law that had me, go and ask somebody first. I need to go ask the governor or go and ask the county commissioners, and I didn't like that. And that's why I took the plunge and became an entrepreneur and started my own thing.
But my question was, I appreciate that, but my question was, that was the catalyst that said, okay, I want to go do this, all the pain.
Yeah.
But how did you learn to become a CEO? And what I mean is,
right.
That's what's been a struggle, I shouldn't struggle, an opportunity for me. I took the helm of the CEO position at Lean Law, and I had run other companies, but they were more lifestyle oriented, and this was the first that actually was upwardly mobile, right? And it's been, an opportunity to challenge and a lot of key learnings to actually learn how to run a business financially. And so you're dealing with manufacturer, you have supply chains during COVID, you have financing, you have staffing. And so I'm just curious how that experience has been.
Yeah.
I get that you got into it, I get that you won the competition and all that's
right.
Cool, but I'm curious, what's that journey been like actually taking command of your business and growing it?
Well, to be honest, I'm still learning as a CEO, and there's many more things that I need to prepare myself as we move forward. But I think the biggest thing that I learned during government phase and was leadership and getting the right people on the team, right? As a CEO, my job is not to do everything. My job is to get the right talent to come onto the team, and that's one thing that I did early on. To build our company. Manufacturing, the process of inventing something, that was all, I tell people I got my master's from Google and YouTube. Yeah. That is just an entrepreneur trying to figure out how to make it happen. So kind of those two things combined is how I've become a CEO of the company. And I'm not perfect. There's still tons of things that I need to learn, but we're obviously still alive.
Yeah, for me, it was like I was in the business, heading everything client, success, sales, and then when I became the CEO, I had to work on the business, and it really is understanding we're a SaaS-based business, and I'll tell you the opportunity and challenge is really fundamentally understanding the mechanics of that business for me, and really kind of differentiating the noise from the signal. Of course, I align with you on, right people, right seats is really critical, and we had that growth this year. And the key learning, as an aside, for me was stage appropriate, right seats, right people. Right. It's an interesting key learning in the last year, but really fundamentally understanding the financial mechanics of our business, and not just the P&L, the balance sheet, and the statement of cash flows, but really what are the leading KPIs that we look through from the top of the funnel activities all the way down through the sales conversion, and then of course, I'm talking a lot of SaaS speak, and then looking at our customer success KPIs, our engineering KPIs, and basically coming up with a set of data that we actually understand our business. And I'm just curious, what was that experience like for you? I mean, I'm sure phase one, get your financials, but what are some of the other things that you guys in a manufacturing like business study or pay close attention to?
Right. So phase one for me was actually inventing the product, right?
I'm sorry to interrupt. Had you invented it before you did that pitch competition?
Yes.
So that was done.
So that was done.
Was it patented?
Yes.
Oh.
I received my first patent in 2018, and then my second patent last year. So the first phase for me was actually going out, doing R&D, putting the prototypes in market, and that was
what an experience that was, because you gotta like just make it, right? I mean, you can't, like with software, someone can always just write software, right? It's a series of code. There's some problems and things, but you had to like physically, it's round. It has green stuff going out of it.
I had to go to Home Depot like for 7 weeks straight, and I have toilet seats, drilling holes in toilet seats. My wife is wondering what the heck is this guy doing in the garage, and so I made the prototype. Then I went manufacturing route, and so phase two for me was now I need to bring on a sales guy. Now I need to bring on somebody that knows numbers. So it was very different from what you're doing, because I had to have a working product, right? In order for somebody to sell it, in order for somebody to say, look, this is how we're going to ramp our business through the modeling and through the R&D that you've done, for the first 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, it wasn't so different than my business. I mean, we came into the business when we found it, and we thought there was sort of an MVP there. And it really wasn't.
Yeah.
And we spent the first few years iterating on the product, trying to find product market fit. And early on, but we had to build something to sell something, right?
Right.
And then we had to. Unfortunately, we built something decent enough that we could sell it and keep those customers. But what we built at that point by no means was the product that was actually what we're going to scale the company with. That's there's very little similarities in the two products and who the customers are. So we kind of have a similar journey in that, you have to physically make something in the real world, but I had to digitally make something. And I guess you don't have this problem in the sense that you make a product and it's defined. So do you have customers saying, hey, could you elongate it, or could you, because I don't know all the details.
We have a smart seat. So when I first got the 50 seats off of our molds, we had sensor issues. And I installed 50 seats in the hospital, and the next day they were like, Rob, these aren't working. There's something going on.
What did the sensors do?
The sensors were detecting the cold water and turning off the seat. And so we have a sensor in the seat that detects if someone's sitting on the seat. So it detects like heat, and it was too sensitive.
How did you know the sensor's off? Only by someone raising their hand and saying it's not working?
I sat there in the restroom crying. I wasn't crying, but I figured it out that, the water, after like, a day, the water was turning off the machine, So here's the last question for you. Do you think that the first, I don't know how long your company's existed, but the first 2 or 3 years have been the hardest?
No. I don't. I think it's very difficult for a company to get from where we are right now, which is we have now we have the architecture of success, but there's a cultural change in the company, the mentality of each individually, if you took a few minutes like we did, the bias of the outside community saying, well, why haven't you found it yet? And the capitalization required to truly scale it at the level that other peers believe they can scale.
Right.
So, we had moments that were acutely hard early on, like we were struggling with capital in 2018 and things of that nature, and it took grit and tenacity to get through that. But the scale was a little smaller, and I didn't have quite the same responsibility. But now, and it's, when I say hard, it's the job I do and I love it. But to move this organization so it can realize its opportunity in this moment and become the company that I believe it can be, that's the hardest task in the world right now. Nice. I mean, I feel like I'm well suited to do it, but it's every day push the boulder up the hill kind of job, and not let the crap get you down. And that's hard.
The crap to get you down, no pun intended, right?
For you. Yeah, I'm someone who overreacts to every call.
Oh, okay.
And I've become better at it, but I don't get too down but I can get really high up and really excited. I'm really a fan of my company and my
Well,
product.
good. You should be. You know, it was good to meet you, John. I think we're out of time now, and it was a pleasure to discuss.
Yeah, best of luck.
Business.
Hope to network with you.
Yeah.
Cool. Boise Entrepreneur Week, Jonathan Fishman with Seth Reuter, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. Hey, good to meet you. So, why you're a professor in the economics department?
So economics and finance. Yeah, I teach economics and finance. So
what do you teach?
I teach corporate finance. I do a valuation class. I do a class on banks.
You do a valuation class?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
It's like valuing small companies. Right?
Yeah.
So there's public companies, private companies. Yeah, the valuations are different. And then I teach a bank class. My background was actually I worked for the Fed during the financial crisis, and so I.
Oh my God, that had to be so stressful to work with the Feds during the financial crisis.
Yeah, that was.
The world is falling.
The world's falling apart, and yeah, how do we get out of this?
That was right, like the Bush to Obama administration in 2008.
Yes, so 708. Yep, that's exactly.
Oh my
right.
gosh.
The bailout money, expand the balance sheet.
I can imagine there are days that people showed up and were just like, the world's ending. You know, like, what should we do? Should we just go to the beach and
go to the beach, forget about it, move on? Yeah.
So I'm just kind of curious. What's the feel of the students that are taking these classes? Like, what are they? Are they interested in being entrepreneurs? Are they interested in work in corporate finance? Where are their heads at?
So a lot of kids at College of Idaho. So it's a liberal arts college. So they've taught how to think, and then I get them. And I teach them about how to go get a job. Right?
So you're getting them in their undergrad or grad?
So they're undergrad. Yep. So undergrad. So they're a junior, senior. I get them when they're a junior, seniors. When I'll get them. So
and are they sort of excited for their future? Are they worried for their future?
Yeah, excited, naive, right? Before the world kicks their butt. Yeah, it's great, right?
Yeah. And what kind of jobs are they looking for normally?
All kinds of stuff. I mean, startups. I think they just want to go out there and make an impact on the world.
How do you feel I'm just sort of curious because, College of Idaho is a bit of a,
so it's 1,100 students, so it's small, yeah. So
how does it interact with like the Boise business community?
So, sadly we're kind of isolated out there a little bit.
That's what I was kind of getting at. Like Boise State's right here.
Boise State's here, yeah, by location. But there is a lot of opportunity to be involved. So we have fundraisers here, College of Idaho in Boise. So yeah, that's just something that's.
Are there internships, or how do you I have a small company here in Boise, and we'd be open to potentially internships or other ways of engaging students. Do you do that kind of stuff with companies?
Oh yeah. So that's a group called High Impact Practices. Yeah, they do all kinds of internships.
Yeah.
They'll create anything for you.
You guys still have a football team?
Yes, but we're not. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that just started a few years ago, right? Like 4 or 5 years ago?
I don't know how long it's been, but yeah, they got football teams, fun. They have also tailgating. It's it's not as big and crazy as Boise State, but it's fun and a little more intimate, which is good.
How'd you become a finance teacher, economics teacher?
So I always like teaching and talking about stuff because it makes you good at, you have to articulate how things work.
Yeah.
It's kind of fun to kind of be on point. So I've always liked it, and so I started teaching for a school in Salt Lake, Westminster. It was like this college, and I kind of went from there.
How many years have you been there?
I've been teaching for about 3 years now.
At college?
No, I was at Westminster.
And then you came. And what brought you to Idaho? Just opportunity?
Moved back. We were from Idaho. We lived here 20 years ago in Boise. We wanted to move back.
Yeah.
So during about 3 years ago, I had an opportunity to go take my job and work out of my house for the Fed. So during the pandemic, I worked for the Fed, but it was an opportunity to come back, and so we always wanted to do that when we could.
What was that like? Because the Fed, I would imagine, never worked virtually. So that must have been like really, I would think. Am I wrong?
So there's certain people that have skills that can actually. So I've worked for the board in D.C. for probably the last 15 years. And I always had a job where I was able to live in Salt Lake because it's hard to hire people with certain profiles in D.C. It's all lawyers and lobbyists. If you have finance skills, if you know economics, if you know how the financial system works, you have bargaining power.
So they let you
put up with me.
Work remotely. Did you work from home or?
There was an office in Salt Lake.
That was kind of. I'm curious about
So here was in my office. I was in my office.
But was it, when the pandemic hit, was it really difficult for the Fed to manage remote because people couldn't come into work?
So, like everybody, right? You just have to figure it out and hope that people are doing their jobs and they're bonded to the mission, and that's enough to to make them show up and do what they're supposed to do.
Yeah, and how is that? Well, you probably don't know the answer because you're a teacher now, but I was just curious. Like, has that changed how people want to work in the federal government forever?
Everyone has. Yeah. So and everybody's trying to bring people back, right? Because what happens is you lose your culture, and there are certain scenarios where, so like I'm kind of an old guy, and so I knew what I needed to do and would do it. But for folks that are starting their job, it might not make as much sense because they need mentorship, and it's not the same over Zoom.
Yeah,
it just isn't.
We're a virtual company, and one of our, it creates an opportunity because we can hire from wherever, and we have an engineering team in Nepal. We have all sorts. We've leveraged that in the company.
Tell me about your firm. Tell me about Lean Law. What do you guys do? Tell me all about it.
We're a fintech workflow company.
Okay.
Focused on the legal industry. We help.
Is there something nuanced about law firms that they're not getting the need from like QuickBooks that you have a niche? Is that kind of how I would think about your business model?
We're a timekeeping, billing, invoicing, and reporting platform.
Okay.
So we're having the full life cycle of a law firm, onboarding its clients through the completion of the work and all the derivative reportings. And so one of our key uniques is that we enable and facilitate QuickBooks for law firms. So we've skinned our product on top of QuickBooks because QuickBooks as a standalone, to what you said, it's not going to work for a firm. It's a great back office accounting tool. It's preeminent, 14 million businesses, an army of accounting professionals that understand how to use it and want to leverage it. But it didn't work for law firms. So
how did you find out? So what made you decide to do this? Do you have a law background? Is that your?
No, I'm not a lawyer at all. So our original founder, a gentleman named Gary Allen, was the classic entrepreneur story.
Okay.
He felt the pain of the tools and saw the industry changing and wanted to enable a lean architecture for upmarket law firms that wanted to compete with larger law firms. And when I say larger, I mean hundreds and hundreds of attorney law firms. So our ideal client profile, our market is the 10 to 50 user firm, which tends to be about 5 to 25, 30 lawyers, because there's always some other folks that work with law firms, and our whole purpose is to help law firms become better businesses, and we do that through financial operations. And so the financial tech piece of it is that we fundamentally believe that you have to have awesome workflow.
Okay.
If you don't have awesome workflow, you can't get to the payment, can't get to the transaction. And so our workflow is focused on helping law firms realize the work that they do. Realization's a big data point. Shorten their accounts receivable cycles and increase cash flow. And those are, amongst other things, about understanding productivity around their customers, their clients, and their practice areas. So, we're trying to make change in these law firms fundamentally through the financials. We don't aspire to be a practice management tool doing document management. We can do that with integrations and other players that do that function better than we ever will. So we all day long talk to law firms about their finances and accounting workflows.
Are there different kinds of law firm business models? Are there like the high charging folks, and there's maybe one or two, and versus lower charging, and it's a lot more people? I was just kind of curious.
No, it's a good question. So our focus is around those law firms that bill the commodity of the billable hour, and so litigators, business transactions. Other law firms, types like family practice, estate planning, might do fixed fee work.
Okay.
So essentially, it's almost commoditized into, I give you this will, and I'll do it for $2,500 because you're a married couple, or whatever that number is. We certainly have those customers, but our software is more geared towards hourly billing because.
Is that a better business model?
I'm sorry?
Is hourly a better business model?
Not necessarily. It really depends. And the third kind of model, how lawyers make money, is what's called contingent.
Yes,
and all those signs that you see, they're basically taking the risk of not getting paid up front and taking on cost of expenses, but they take a significant outcome, percentage of the outcome, up to 30, 40%, depending on the lawyer. And you see that contingent in other aspects of sometimes transactional and other things that they do. So when you think about business model for law firms, it's not so much about how they bill, the mechanics of is it hourly, is it fixed fee. It's about overhead.
Okay.
So lawyers aren't trained, and many professional services folks aren't trained to run businesses. Like doctors aren't trained to run medical practices, they're trained to be doctors. Lawyers the same. And so what happens is, especially in smaller law firms, is that lawyers and anyone who bills an hourly, the commodity of the hour, can earn money really quickly. Right? There's very little barrier to entry for someone to earn money hourly. So what happens is if you're a lawyer and you bill 200 to 400 to 600 to 800 an hour, you get seduced by cash flow. And you're on this little hamster wheel because cash comes in the door, and a lot of them sort of instinctively think, okay, I'm making money this month. And but they may not be profitable, or they might be on this just intense, if I don't bill the hours, everything collapses. And so what we're seeing and what we facilitate is a low overhead model.
So like, can they, you can do courts online now. You don't have to have an office. Are you seeing that? Like, well, I know a guy that's actually going to leave his office in downtown Chicago and move out to a building in the suburbs of a building he's already using because he does not need to be downtown. And
so there's the digital. So it started with being paperless.
Okay.
Right? So law firms wanted to go paperless. That was the first thing. We want to get rid of papers because you have warehouses full of paper. I mean, literally, small law firms have warehouses full of paper. That then moved with the standard modernization, everything to online. And then when the court systems went online, it was a big transition, and it basically dismissed the idea of geography. Now it's still tough, but the idea is that, like any businesses, millennials are coming in, boomers are aging, they're modernizing, the technologies are modernizing around it, and they're trying to realize that through best practices, tools, and technologies. Okay, I've just told it's time. It's good meeting you. It's really fun talk.
Yeah, good talking to you, Jonathan.
You too. I'll see you.
Yeah.
All right, we're out.
Hi, this is Seth Reuter. I'm here with Robert Inman. Yeah. Robert, where do you live? So we were talking offline here. I've never met Robert. We actually live on the same street in Kuna.
Yeah, we did.
Which is a small world. So anyway, what's going on this week? What are you doing?
Just coming to check it out, man. There's lots of awesome business owners around. It's kind of cool to come to these events because there's just so many, businesses you never even thought of, and everybody gets to talk about it, gets to share with it, and that's just awesome. Just when I think I know what's going on in Boise, you come to an event like this and you realize how much more is going on in this town than you even realized, and some really, really cool business opportunities for people. So I think I'm mostly looking forward to just networking. I think that's my big thing.
I gotcha. So what do you do, Robert?
So I'm the director of operations for a company called Focus Forward Business Design. Okay. We're a business and life improvement coach. So we basically we've been in the coaching world for a while, and we met all these great business coaches and all these great life coaches. But it seems like you kind of get one or the other, and you don't get both of them. And we've learned, through trial and error, that if your personal life is messed up or your business life is messed up, and the other one's going great, it usually isn't going that great. We've got to get everything kind of in line, and really get the whole person concept going. And so that's what we try to do. We try not to be a canned coaching program. We try to take what somebody wants to do, where they want to go in life, what they want to accomplish, and then teach them kind of how to leverage and different avenues for them to be better at whatever it is that they want to do. And so hopefully they can focus on what they love to do about their business, and kind of leverage out the rest of it. Gotcha. And we give them the tools and training to do that.
What's the biggest mistake you think entrepreneurs make when they're starting a business or trying to move forward? What is the...
I would say it's trying to take on too many things, especially if they're getting into a new industry, per se, right? They get so much information thrown at them, it's like a fire hose, and they just jump on every new shiny thing that comes their way. And we really try to rein them back and get them to focus on what it is about what they want to do that they love so much, and then try to help them figure out how to deal with the rest of it in the best way possible. So it doesn't just become quote unquote job again, right? Where they just have to a bunch of tasks that they don't want to have to do, right? So I think that's probably the biggest thing. It's just keeping them really focused on why did you do this in the first place? What is the point, and how do we keep you on track with that?
Gotcha. Okay, interesting. So what's the biggest success you see in entrepreneurs? Do you ever have someone come to you and you don't think they need you?
Oh, it happens all the time.
Okay, so you turn someone away if they
not necessarily turn away. We'll try to figure out where we can help them, but we definitely run into people and we're like, look, you've got it pretty dialed in, but most of the people that come to us with that kind of mentality, we're usually just trying to fix one avenue, right? I need more time, right? Okay. So we teach them how to leverage through hiring, right? We do things like even go into like their DISC profile, their personality profile, to figure out who would be the best person that they could hire that's kind of the opposite of them, so that that person can fill in the gaps and give that person the time that they need, right? Most of us are like, well, no, I want to work with people that I like and hang out with, and you can like them and you can hang out with them, but they've got to fill in the holes, right, that you're not good at, right? You don't want everybody being good at the same thing, because that leaves stuff on the table that needs to be done. So that's kind of...
So how did you get into doing this?
We actually started out as a real estate company. We were actually coaching other agents, and the stuff that we were coaching came down to, this kind of applies to any entrepreneur. The stuff, one of the slogans that we have is business types may differ, but the fundamentals of success are always the same. Okay. So that's kind of where it is with any business, right? And so once we figured that out, we kind of opened it up, and that's when we actually opened the doors to Focus Forward Business Design, to really help entrepreneurs and really just focusing on that. And I think the really cool part is somebody comes in with all these new problems, and we get to help them figure it out, and I get to learn along the way.
That's awesome.
So we get to actually spend the time that they may not have to go figure out all these cool things.
Gotcha. So change gears a little bit. You were in the Air Force. Tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, so I was in the Air Force for about 9 years. Active duty, stationed in Washington and in Guam.
Guam, okay.
Yeah, so...
so what did you do in Guam?
I was in civil engineering, was my background. I think our big thing is I also did some planning and acquisition stuff for the Air Force, which is kind of wild being overseas, and you realize how big the military is and how much money they spend.
Yeah, interesting.
Building bases and things like that.
So interesting, another connection. I was in Guam on a submarine. We pulled in for about a month.
Okay.
And it was a wild time. I'm glad we left that place finally. But
yeah.
Anyway, Guam's just kind of a weird place in the middle of nowhere.
Rock in the middle of nowhere.
Between Japan and Hawaii. It's about kind of halfway, right? That's kind of where.
Yeah. So yeah, no, it's an interesting place to spend some time.
So where else did you go in the Air Force?
Pretty much everywhere for 5 minutes at some point or another.
Okay.
But I was stationed in Washington and Guam for most of my career.
So Washington, where?
Spokane.
Okay.
So Fairchild Air Force Base. Yeah.
He's there. Okay.
Yeah. It really gave me an appreciation of Boise too, because when I was in high school, I couldn't wait to get out of Boise and go explore the world. And I was like, I don't want to be in this small town in Boise. And then I got to go travel around, and I actually learned how kind of incredible Boise really is compared to a lot of places. So now I'm back here.
Gotcha. How long have you been back here now?
Since 2015.
2015. Okay.
Yeah.
What made you join the Air Force? Was it jail? Was it go to jail for a really long time?
No, it wasn't jail. It was actually a really good opportunity for me, just because it was kind of you see all these people that go into their typical jobs, and you don't know what you want to do when you're 18. You have no idea. Mm-hmm. And the military just kind of gives you that opening of like, there's all of these career possibilities, right? All of them. And none of them you didn't even realize you could do. And the military just opens that door to be able to go do those things. And at 18, you really have no idea what you want to do. And so it just opens up a lot of doors for you. And that's really, really what it was. I was working at Hewlett-Packard at the time as a temp employee. And you see the sea of cubicles, and after that, you're kind of like, well, I don't want this to be it.
Yeah,
so you get to go out and go see the world. So that's kind of what the military does for you.
Gotcha. So that's how the recruiter got me. I was working for my dad. So my dad ran a junkyard. I was working, pulling parts out of these cars, crawling around the dirt. And I woke up one day and said, I got to do something else.
Yeah.
And I don't want 5 years to pass by, and I'm still doing the same thing.
Yeah.
So I went to the recruiter, and they are very gifted at knowing when they got a real sucker on their hands.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they know.
And within 2 months, I was gone. And yeah, right after Thanksgiving, I think it was, my mom was very angry. But anyway, yeah, I agree with you, though. It's a great experience.
It is a great experience. And like I said, I got to travel around and kind of got to realize how awesome Boise was after leaving for so long. So, no, it's a great experience. I think, too, you learn you have to work with anybody and everybody.
Yep.
You don't get to choose your employees or your bosses. So you kind of get stuck with whoever you need to work with, and that'll
make it work.
Definitely gives you some skills there. You can kind of work with anybody after being in the military.
Yeah, I gotcha. So what do you want to get out of? So looking forward, I guess, kind of where do you see things going for you?
Really, I'd like to just help as many people as possible. There's so many people that get stuck in that job for 20 years, right? Mm-hmm. And so business entrepreneurs are great because you want to help them really scale their business and learn how to operate it and have great lives instead of just getting a job to have a job. So, and most entrepreneurs, they have these great ideas, and sometimes it's just the execution that's lacking, right? So you have to help them get that execution down. And once you do that, then they really, when their light bulb comes on, it's like they get it. They're like, oh, okay, I need to leverage this. I need to do this. And all of a sudden you see the wheels start to turn, and it's really good.
Gotcha. Well, thanks for the conversation.
Yeah,
thank
absolutely.
Yeah, great to meet you.
Yeah, enjoy the week.
Okay, you too.
All right. Hi, welcome back to Boise Entrepreneur Week. I'm here with Rory. Rory, tell me what you do.
Hey, happy to be here. I'm a CEO, co-founder of a company called HitPiece. We are a Web3 music company, so we help onboard music artists into Web3. We help them launch NFT collections. We make it super easy for their fans to collect these NFTs from them, show them off in their own metaverse space, and get access to really unique experiences with the artists that we work with.
Wow, how do you even get into the metaverse? Obviously, everybody's heard about this by now, and it's just, to me, it's just like this confusing thing that I mean, I kind of get it, but I kind of don't.
Yeah, so I got into it in 2018. I co-wrote a white paper on digital collectibles for music artists. And my background is in music. I've been a founder with an exit in the record industry.
Okay.
And I saw this future of digital collectibles on the blockchain and using that as a way for fans to support artists in new ways outside of the traditional economic models of the music industry. And back then in 2018, I really couldn't get much attention on it. I couldn't get artists to pay attention. I couldn't get managers to pay attention. Fast forward now a few years, this NFT craze has kind of gone up and come back down, and I think we're in this slow growth opportunity and period. And in this, there's just, within the NFT ecosystem overall, music seems to be the one sector that keeps growing and growing because there's so much application for this technology in this particular sector. So we founded this company almost 2 years ago now, and it's been amazing and exciting and challenging, and it's been really cool.
Yeah. So how does that work with NFTs and music? Obviously, I know I've heard of NFTs with like artwork and things like that. So how does that play into it?
Yeah, there's several different applications for music artists with NFTs. One is an artist, if they own all their own recordings and publishing, they're actually able to make NFTs that contain that music. Okay. And it's simply becoming another way for fans to collect music from artists they love. So if you think of before the streaming era, we bought CDs, vinyl's come back, a lot of people buy physical vinyl. A good way to think about NFTs for music, one application is a digitally scarce version of the digital music similar to vinyl. So if you're putting out a project, you could put out 100 versions of those projects on NFT format for your super fans that want to collect music in this way. There's also, what's great about fans being able to collect NFTs or music in this way is that they actually own it, and so they can actually resell it in the future if they want to.
Oh, okay.
And what's really cool is when they resell it or trade it in the future, because of the blockchain and NFTs, artists can get a royalty every time it resells. So imagine printing 500 vinyl records and selling them online. You don't get paid if those fans resell them, but with NFTs you can automate royalties coming back to you.
Oh, okay.
And then artists are also using them as sort of a new way of a VIP fan club, so they can create any sort of a membership or community ownership model in what they're doing. So sometimes it may not be music, it might just be artwork in the NFT itself, but that NFT might unlock access to that artist's world. So it could unlock access to a new album, to unreleased demos, to in-person experiences like meet and greets or private shows or VIP experiences that may not be available to everyone else. And these are the applications that we get really excited about, and we think both fans and artists are benefiting from.
Awesome. Yeah. So the artist still owns the music.
Yeah. So in what we're doing, artists don't have to sell ownership in the copyrights to their master recordings or their publishing. There are folks doing that. It gets really kind of precarious as to what the regulations are around that, because you are creating a security at that point.
Right.
And we don't want to be creating securities for artists at this point until there's more guidance from the SEC as to what's really allowed these days, and we just don't know yet.
The fun of new tech and no rules.
Yeah, and there are people trying this, and I'm like, oh, that's pretty risky to just put yourself at the whims of regulatory agencies. But we're focused on collectibles and fan club experiences. Yeah.
Cool. So what are you looking forward to most here this week?
This week? Oh, meeting with other entrepreneurs. As I mentioned, we just moved to Boise almost 2 years ago from Los Angeles. And it's been we love it here. We love the access to nature. We love the access to the outdoors. And for me, it's just really great to meet other entrepreneurs in this space or just in this city, doing really exciting, challenging things. you know, you have those friends that are entrepreneurs, you have those friends that aren't entrepreneurs, and you always feel like you connect a little bit more with the folks that are entrepreneurs or self-employed because they deal with those same new challenges and exhaustions that I'm sure you know a lot about with your business and how you kind of help people out with that.
Yeah, it's a whole different thing when you're whether you're part of a really small team or you're an entrepreneur where your input into the company is everything.
Yeah.
You know, it's one thing to work for a huge corporation and just be one piece in the cog, right?
Yeah.
But when you're a small business, it's like your role. You usually wear 10 hats, right? And that's just how it works.
Yeah, it's also challenging where, you know, as an entrepreneur in today's modern world, like your identity kind of becomes your job in a lot of ways, and that's something that I think you know, humans have been struggling with forever, right? And so, coming here to Boise, I've actually felt like you can sort of separate that a little bit more. You can sort of have a life outside of your career, if you will, and have an identity outside of your career, which is something that I think is really exciting.
Yeah, it's funny actually, when I talked to people after I was in the military and I traveled around, I used to do a professional all the time, and the first thing they would ask me, and I thought it was so weird being a Boise kid, what do you do?
Yeah.
Was the very first question. And when I came back to Boise, it was like, oh, what do you like to do?
Yeah.
Like, that's the first question,
that's
right?
Great. That's great.
And so it's like, well, I like to paddleboard and I like to snowboard, or, I like to camp or whatever. And then, like, you may not, I know people that I've known for a year, I still don't know what they do professionally, but I know what their hobbies are, I know what they like to do. And I think that's a very Idaho, very Boise type of thing to have happen.
I think that's such a cool attribute of this area that brings people like me into this area, and I think the people that are coming here, because there clearly has been a larger influx compared to the population that was here, I think that's what excites them, and I think that's why they're coming here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I noticed, like, I mean, before I met you, I was like, wow, somebody in NFTs at Boise Entrepreneur Week, being an Idaho resident, like that seems so far. It seems very LA, right?
Yeah,
but it's not anymore. Boise has grown into where we have all of these different career fields, which is like phenomenal.
Yeah, there's quite a few people here working on Web3 and blockchain solutions, and because we live in this remote world, there's clearly talent everywhere, right? So our team's fully remote. We're all over the world. And it's nice to be able to live and work in Boise, but still be able to do something that I think is exciting and important.
Yeah, that's awesome. All right, well, hey, I really appreciate talking to you.
Thanks for your time, Robert. You too, man. Have a good one.
Take it easy.
Cool. Hey Tanner, good to meet you again.
Good to meet you too.
Cool, man. So what brought you to Boise this week?
You're looking at Boise Entrepreneurship Week.
Cool.
Yeah, I wanted to drive up. I actually left my house. I'm from Salt Lake.
Yeah.
Left at 4:45 this morning, so made it up here. It was a quick 4.5 drive.
Yeah, so why the drive versus fly?
You know, flights right now are $918.
Boise SLC?
Yeah, SLC to Boise.
Whoa.
And so we only, there's rain, snow, and fog, but the freeways are pretty clear. So yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
So what got you into VC? How'd you start? Yeah.
So kind of a circuitous path. I was doing product at Vivint, so a smart home company. I was designing and building AI-based.
I had that installed 2 weeks ago.
Oh wow. Is it working?
You know what? I guess we're opening conversation. The front camera that's on the very front of the house, it's just a little too far from the Wi-Fi.
Okay.
So I get notifications, but I can't access the recordings quickly on my phone.
Okay. Well,
I've let them know.
I know some people too if you need help. I worked on cameras actually, doorbell cameras, outdoor cameras.
That's cool.
The doorbell camera was my primary product. So anyway, when I was there, I love product. I love the 0 to 1, the creation process, product market fit journey, and I interviewed at Kickstart, and my friend had introed me, and I was really interested in it, but I ended up getting shut down. And they said no, and so I decided to apply to business school. Luckily, I got in, went to Harvard Business School, interned at Nike, did some other cool stuff along the way, and then I came back, and my wife said, we're moving back to Utah, and so I said, okay, I'm going to reopen the conversation with Kickstart, and that got me back in.
Cool.
So, or that, I should say that got me in the first time.
Yeah, and how long ago was that?
It was 2.5 years. Yeah.
So tell me about some of the deals you've been involved with.
Yeah, so one in Idaho specifically is called Gravwell. It's two guys, Chris and Corey, co-founders out of the Idaho National Lab, and they've created a really cool, what I would call a competitor to Splunk. So their security, SIEM is the acronym, Security Incident and Event Management.
Okay.
They essentially they're supercomputing experts, and they found out a way to ingest all those log data on different devices and make it searchable and scannable for companies, so industrial companies, universities, etc. So that's one of them, based out of here. Another one that I'm working, actually, a guy that he's out of Idaho. He's a farm boy out of Idaho, and he came to Utah, and he's building a software for financial advisors. So he worked in a financial advisory, built that up to 300 million plus in assets under management, and then saw like the way that we're doing advising today is, it's old. It's it's still kind of like the awkward call once a year, say, hey, let's review and give you a 1,000-page notebook of all the projections.
Deals, yeah.
And so he's made a really cool software that works with the end consumer, and that one's growing real well and actually raising a Series A right now. So
that's awesome.
Yeah,
that's awesome. Yeah. So what kind of stands out for you about some of the companies in Idaho? I know I saw you on the panel just before this, but clearly, like, I'm from LA, I've been in LA for 20 years, just came to Idaho last year. I came here to slow down initially, to chill. And of course, like being an entrepreneur, I had another idea, I had to run with it, and the opportunity sort of aligned for it to really go for it. But what do you, clearly Idaho has like this perception outside of the Mountain West of being sort of a slower place, but there seems to be more and more growing entrepreneurship, more opportunities. And in fact, I saw this article once that said Idaho is the #1 state in America for entrepreneurship, just rules-wise, like how easy it is to get started. Like what appeals to investors about companies up here per se, and then what's challenging for companies up here from an investment perspective?
I mean, I think for us, being based in Utah, like Idaho is contiguous to Utah, like it's very similar culturally. A lot of same industries, historically it has some of the same cultural DNA. So I would say for us, we've seen a lot of success in Utah, across the Rockies. We've seen a lot of success in Colorado, and Idaho, has had Albertsons, Micron, some of these big companies that were mentioned in the capital panel. And so I think, and then if you look at the economy, like the economy is one of the top growing economies. If you look at post-COVID, the net migrations to Boise and Coeur d'Alene and different areas are really strong. So we actually saw one of our companies based in Utah named Trinsic. It's a Web3 identity platform.
Cool.
Really cool. And they just moved to Coeur d'Alene.
Really?
Yeah, given the resources and the outdoors. So I think those outdoors, the farmer stock, I think there's some similarities there. And I think when we look at it, it just takes time. It takes time for like a company like HitPiece to come and be a hit, and then create a cascade where other people hey, you hire 100 people, now they know Web3, they know music, and they're able to say, hey, I have an idea, like I'm going to go start this. So I think it can follow a similar path to Utah. And that's what we hope.
Yeah, it seems
and
like
its own path as well, but
totally right.
Identical.
Yeah, like the pandemic accelerated this remote work environment. Our team is, in at least 3 or 4 different states.
Yeah.
How many countries? U.S., Canada, Colombia, Australia.
Wow.
Team members, right? So clearly, blockchain talent is global. We want to bring them all in.
Yeah.
And we'd love to have them all here under one roof, but they're not here yet. I will say, I think recruiting locally for experienced talent is still a challenge.
Yeah.
But even like people I speak to, they seem to be really interested and keen or open to relocating here.
Yeah.
I like to think of Boise as a place where locally it seems like people feel like, the housing market's gotten way too crazy and all this stuff, right? But I just think, I think forever, it's not that it's overvalued now, it's just that it was undervalued for so long.
Totally.
Like the access to the mountains, to the river, to nature.
Right.
A lot of similar traits you see why people either relocate to Utah or the similar region.
Yeah. What I was curious, so you've moved from LA, obviously a place influences the way you think, what activities you choose, like our decisions shape us that way. How has being in Boise shaped or changed how you've thought about your startup or life in general?
That's an interesting question. I mean, my entire time in LA, I love LA. I love the hustle and bustle. I love going to New York. I love big cities. I love, fighting as an entrepreneur and building a business and the opportunities.
Yeah.
But coming here, you just love the access to nature,
Yeah.
I don't think it's slowed me down at all. And in fact, in some ways, I think it's actually made me more productive.
Yep.
Like in LA, if I had a meeting in Santa Monica and I live in Hollywood, dude, that's 4 hours out of my day.
Yeah.
Right? It's like 2 hours there, an hour and a half back.
It's insane.
And here, thanks to Zoom and all these tools, like I can have a meeting and have more meetings and be more productive, right? I have thought about the lack of face-to-face contact as much. I mean, clearly we're in Music Web 3. A lot of our partners and clients are in LA, New York, and Atlanta. Granted, LA is super easy for me to get to. If I need to be there tomorrow, I can get there. There's a conference there tomorrow I'm actually going to.
Oh, nice.
But in general, it hasn't slowed me down. I think it's just made me more productive.
Nice. Nice balance.
Yeah, and I think, the one big thing is like in LA, if you want to go on a hike somewhere beautiful, you're looking at like a 2-3 hour drive.
Yeah.
Here, you can do it in 20 minutes or a half hour. Like if I want to go do a 5-mile run in the foothills, like I can do it on a Saturday morning. So that's what I love about it here.
That's awesome.
Cool, man. It was great to speak with you, Tanner.
Great to speak to you too.
Have a great week.
Okay. Welcome back to Continuous Conversations. We got Andrew here. Andrew, how are we?
I'm doing well.
You doing good?
Today? Yep.
Doing good, yeah. Pretty excited. I woke up early, and so whenever I do that, I feel like I'm accomplished something that day, you know?
Yeah, not that early. I heard you drove from Salt Lake. Coffee.
Yeah. I still haven't had any caffeine yet, so I'm sure I'll need it later.
Oh.
So I've been seated that you have a cool recording studio. Just give us like the TLDR, the short story on what's going on with that.
Short story on that is a few years ago I got kind of hooked on the idea that bands have no money and they're trying to figure out how to create good music.
Yeah.
And so they're either in practice spaces forever and they never come out, or they're trying to save up all their pennies for a professional recording studio, and they can maybe do a song and maybe never. And so I started a studio that was kind of to bridge those. And it's become a hobby out of control, to say the least. And generally I just try and bring musicians into that kind of explore new sounds with equipment they don't have or they can't afford, or get ready to go into a studio and record, or they can record it at the studio and like practice a song.
Nice, and so they can do it for free.
Yeah. Bands don't pay. They can do little shows and they can get money off, donations.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do all that for free to get them kind of into the music scene more and just let it grow. So
you're a modern patron of the arts.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I'm going broke, but one of the two.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's incredible. So, question for you. Recently, I've been learning a lot and looking into generative AI, and there's a lot about that AIs can create synthetic music. There's an idea that you would have a Pandora playlist that has all, you've listened to your soft rock and hard rock and this, and then it creates a song that you like. What are your thoughts on AI-based music, generated music?
Let me come up and answer that kind of backwards, because what I find interesting about music is things that are new. People are experimenting with new sounds and new ways of creating music. And you look at someone like Sylvan Esso, or the girl and guy sat in their basement for a year and did a bunch of sample things, and it's like awesome. First album out, and they're hitting the Tonight Show and you name it. And you look at other musicians that are creating that kind of style of just new sounds, and what you get out of, at least from what I've seen so far, the AI stuff is it's music, but it's kind of bland. It doesn't surprise you. Look at the what was it called, Pain, I think, that Imagine Dragons does. That first time I heard that, and that drop was like, whoa, it was like,
it was novel.
Rewind that and play it again. I want to, and a computer's just not. It doesn't think that way. So it's fine if you want elevator music, maybe. But I'm not sure it's going to catch your eye and be like, whoa, there's a new sound that listen to Wet Leg, for example. Those two girls are like nuts, and their music's incredible. Everybody's just like wow about it right now. So that's what I want to do.
Okay.
Just let bands create new stuff.
Yeah, I like that. I think we have all forms of new creation, and my opinion is that generative AI will help us to be more creative and find new sounds and new ways of recombining and remixing. But like any algorithm, it's just using previous music to do that. So like the more.
So how does it break out into something new?
Yeah, you need more various inputs to help that. So that's cool. And so you work. Tell me a little about your work. You work at the.
Well, I'm a technology guy, so many years in. Everything from telecom back in the day to I was at Lenovo when we separated from IBM. We worked at DHL shipping and globally, and then a lot in clinical research over the past years.
Yeah.
And then came to health and welfare in the state to really help that context. How do we get a state to be more active in data sharing, medical data sharing, perhaps clinical research, either funding or removing some of the barriers, things like that. And oddly enough, the music stuff fits in there really well, because as a technology person, you're in the clinical space. There's all these disparate systems. They don't talk to each other. They have a lot of data, each of them do, that really kind of create the whole story. And in most of the tools you use in music, in recording, there's this need to integrate and have these plugins, if you will, to create different sounds or to make things work together. And so the concepts apply kind of the same across both, which I do find that kind of interesting, because there's days when I'll have like an epiphany working on something in music, like, oh, I could do that with what we're trying to do in the technology space. And then other days I have that technology epiphany to music. So maybe just because I like the sound of whatever that technology was doing.
I like it. That's actually like one of my biggest inadequacies, I feel like my vulnerable self is like, I don't play any musical instruments. I'm not musical,
that's
so that's
terrible.
I know, I know. But
kidding.
it's my older siblings. I had 3 older siblings. I was a family of 6 kids, and they all complained incessantly about playing the piano. And so my mom gave up by the time she got to me, and then she restarted again after me. So that's
you just totally missed.
Yeah, so I totally missed out that, but I'm still going to take my chance because I think yeah, there's a lot of overlap between all these different fields that seem disparate. You know, like you're saying, disparate systems. There's these different, you know, art and music and business and government. Like, and there's so many things you can learn.
And they do have a lot in common if you step back and think
Yeah,
about it. But
yeah.
Well, you can learn how to play the piano or come to the
And
studio.
then I'll come into the studio.
Yeah,
I like it.
We're always short on drummers, singers, keyboards. Yeah, there's not that many people that'll play that come in, but guitar
interesting.
players and bass players is dime a dozen. Everyone's
okay.
playing guitar.
Okay. And with the health and welfare system, what's something, if you could wave a magic wand and solve, what would be something that if you could just get done today that you do, and why?
Yeah, I think really just bringing all the participants in the state's medical information, at least de-anonymized or anonymized rather, to the table. So, you know, we have almost 2 billion people in this state. I think that number's right.
2 billion?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, 1.9 million.
I was going to say,
million.
It's grown more than
we spend billions, but it's millions of people. You know, 23% is about the right number that are on Medicaid. Medicare. It would be great to take that data and anonymize it and make it available for research, because the research companies have hundreds of products that are possibilities, but for every one they pull off the shelf, they're going to spend $2 to $3 billion to try and push it through a pipeline and become a product. So the more they know about those products and how they might affect people, which you could get out of analysis of people's data, would give them a better chance of saying, oh, you know, 30% of those.
What are the barriers stopping that from happening today, from anonymizing? Is it regulatory? Is it execution?
It's probably regulatory, because the regulations tend to restrict the use. Not there are some, like, you know, everyone must use a standard interface. That's FHIR you hear nowadays, but it's not very well invoked or participated in, and the organizations aren't required to share that data. So
interesting.
So if today you want to share your organs, you can put it on your driver's license, and if you get in an accident and die, they can use your organs, right? Well, what do you put on your driver's license to share your data?
Interesting.
You don't have to die to share your data. So so if I want to share it every month, every year, or whatever for research, and I just want them to have it for free, even anonymized or not.
I like that.
I can't do that. There's no model to do that.
So we need a data donor checkbox.
We need to be the state that says we led the nation in donating data, not just organs.
And not data that just helps people better advertise to me, but data that actually helps for materially better health outcomes. I think I like that.
That could have that would actually have significant impact. And you know, an organization like CMS, which is where we get Medicare funding, could dictate that. Hey, if you're going to be a Medicare participant or recipient, then you have to allow us to use your data for research, even if it's anonymized. So, and those kind of simple barrier removals would make a massive impact on healthcare. So
interesting. So
I'm hoping that Idaho might just be, if not even the model, but they'll at least be the catalyst for that to occur. So
I like that. Be the innovator.
That's kind of why that's why I'm in health and welfare. So I thought I'd be a vehicle in which to get that done. So
I like that.
How about you? You work in the health space, or?
I work in venture capital. So, oh man, what would if I could wave my wand? I think one of my friends is a founder, and he feels like he doesn't fit into any investment category, meaning that he's not going to go after VC money and go after a $1 billion 10-year outcome.
Right.
But he doesn't fit some other models, and so if I could wave my wand and do something that helped more founders take risks to go start businesses, and not feel the stress of I have to return 100x this capital.
Right.
But there was a model where it de-risked them, that they could go out and get something started and get that experience, and have more people expressing their creativity through a startup that way. Like if there was another funding model that would allow that, or some other variation within venture capital, to me that would be really interesting, because I think there's, one of the favorite things about sports, and I'm a big Jazz fan, and seeing the Jazz were supposed to tank this year supposedly, and they won their first 3 games. They lost last night, but like there's talent around us that you just often don't see, and these players that we didn't know were any good, we're like, oh wow, they're actually quite good, and they try hard. And so to me, that's something that's really invigorating about what I do is, talent's like oil, it's hidden and often in unexpected places, and so how do we help more people to go give it a chance and see what they have.
I often wonder in the venture space if I'm a startup of some sort, I can ask for money and I can get money, and I may then also be learning how to spend that the most effectively from organization. I wonder if the model could be, different firms have services they can provide, and there's an equity posture, that occurs as a result of that. But it's optimized services. Like I need development services, but they've been optimized. You guys have vetted it, and you've got a high-performing team. Versus me trying to get 4 guys, and okay, that didn't work, and I got to start over, and they didn't know what they were coding, or regulatory services, or legal service. It just seems like there's an opportunity maybe to not give money as much as the services to help an organization grow.
Yeah, I think so.
For some of my things besides the one I talked about with sharing data in the music space.
Yeah, you're doing that.
I've got a lot of ideas
for musicians.
And stuff, but I don't need money as much as I could use services to get that to move forward.
That's a good idea, and I think there's incubators and there's different ways that we're trying to do that. But there's certainly new models. And
the incubators kind of hint at it, but they usually come with the investment.
Yeah, they come with the other implications. So well, it sounds like between music, health and wellness, venture capital, we can solve some of these problems.
90% of the problems in the world.
Yeah. Okay. Well, great to chat, Andrew.
It is good as well. Thank you.
Yeah.
Coming to a firm like Vinyl, where we have all been entrepreneurs, we have all started businesses, we have all run businesses and had responsibility for, our own P&Ls, is really important because we can speak to them about technology, we can speak to them about their products, their product strategy, and we can speak to them about their business.
Our approach is very much focused on making sure that we're delivering the most business value and helping you do the things you should be doing, not just trying to extend our engagement and stick around as long as possible. I think that makes a huge difference when you're working with a company. Working with Vinyl is a lot more like working with a team that is yours, rather than like working with some agency or some firm far away who's going to develop software for you while you're sleeping.
You can trust that something will get done on time, it'll get done right way, in a secure way, it'll be done up to compliance that industry might live in.
Health tech, fintech, we've done sports and entertainment, we've done VR, DevOps support, due diligence, forensics. The thing that the clients have in common is that they have a serious need that they need or want solved, and they're usually very engaged with us and their product, and they're not willing to accept compromise.
That's a big part of why we're hired, is that trusted partner.
The Boise office has been in business for 25 years now, and from the beginning it was integrated with all the other Perkins Coie offices, emphasizing local service in what was then and still is a robust, growing market here in Idaho.
The Boise office of Perkins Coie is one of our smaller offices by size, but definitely not one of the smaller ones by heart and passion. We definitely have a great group of folks that collaborate. They're like a family. And we have a lot of the key practice groups represented here. We've got litigation, business, of course, environmental, intellectual property, and that creates kind of a keystone to being able to reach out to the support in the rest of the firm. So if a client is working with the folks in the Boise office, they're not just working with the Boise office, they're working with the whole firm. And the Boise office has just a great group of very, very smart people, but also ambassadors for the rest of the firm.
Boise is a pretty mature high-tech community. And Idaho historically got a lot of technology footprint as well. Idaho National Labs is headquartered here. A lot of early nuclear research was done here. Boise State University has a significant presence and is frequently spinning off new ventures based around innovative technology they develop there. So there's a large community of innovation.
Boise is exploding right now, and so with that comes a lot of economic growth and development and opportunities, including in the funding area. We see folks come in on a regular basis that are interested in opportunities to either invest in companies or invest in the community and be a part of it. Of course, we're interested in helping clients, but our mission's bigger than that. Our mission is being part of the community and making the community a better place. Because if the community is a better place, then all boats rise. It's not just better for us, it's better for our clients. It's better for kids that are going to college and coming back and looking for jobs. We do this in furtherance of the bigger mission, which is making the community a better business environment and a better community for everyone.
I wasn't set out to be a glassblower at all. That's the funny thing about life is I would have never thought I'd be here. It was just one of those things that kind of naturally happened, and I'm stoked, you know. I'm super lucky to be where I'm at selling art. You know, I sell art for a living. I get to make art for a living.
It's an old cliche, but you have to do what you love and love what you do.
I think at the core of any organization's success is trust.
For me to be accredited means I'm doing a good job. It also helps me to look like a professional. And that's really important in this business because people sometimes, when they first hear about it, they don't think of it as a professional business. They think of it as somebody with a few goats that's just going to go drop them off and drive away and leave them. And that's not what we do.
My grandfather, he would always give people product. My grandfather would say, "Don't worry, it'll come back." Like he said, it comes back, you know. You don't know when it's gonna come back, but it does, and it's true. I believe it.
We just take good care of them. We just take good care of them.
I don't think there's a secret sauce. It's just standing behind what you believe in and making sure that you're doing the right thing.
I've learned a lot from my father in terms of, you know, small businesses being the backbone of America. The Better Business Bureau to me has always been a symbol of trust.
Being part of the BBB was one step of many to hold ourselves accountable.
To me, it's all about making sure whoever comes in here walks out of here smiling and happy and feel like they've gotten taken care of. No one gave me anything. I worked for everything I've ever had. So I feel like that's made me that much more successful because I had to work for everything.
Welcome back, and we're going to sit down and have a little further conversation. Jeff, welcome to Alive at 5 or whatever the heck we are. Continuous conversation.
Continuous
there we
conversations,
go.
yeah.
So, and we haven't talked in quite a while, so
it's been a while.
It's nice to see you again.
Last summer or something like that.
Last summer, yeah. It's playing guitar with you last time I think we
exactly.
talked. That's
that
it.
was fun. That was fun, sort of. I needed, it actually, doing that trip and playing guitar encouraged me to get better, focus on my soloing and get
good.
better. So that was super positive.
Very good, yeah. I don't know if it caused me to focus on anything. I just continue to work on whatever comes my way, and sometimes it's my stuff and sometimes other stuff. But yeah, I do like the music.
Yeah. So I'm curious, in your professional, in your professional role, what are the challenges of doing what you do for such a large organization?
Well, on some frames I don't think of health and welfare as large because
that's interesting.
I've worked at DHL and Lenovo and at companies that are pushing 100,000 people. So health and welfare and actually the whole state kind of feels doable.
Interesting.
But
yeah, that's interesting.
But in all of them, including where I'm at now, the biggest challenge is really just getting people to change. I mean, change agent sounds like a cool thing and all. What it is it's a nightmare of a job of herding cats. Everybody has an objection. They always have an exception they want you to consider. It's hard. We didn't do it that way ever. It's just driving change is a constant, never-ending challenge, and it's very satisfying when you can then achieve it. It's awesome when people go, oh, I get it. I know what the change needs to be, and they get on board. But just getting to that point is tough.
Well, I mean, I don't know how most humans react, but it sure seems like humans in general, it doesn't even matter even if they have clarity, just the new habit forming.
Yeah.
Even if you believe, sort of like in traditional change management parlance, buy the why or whatever, like I believe in the why, I see the vision, I see the purpose. It's like I still got to change my habits.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of work.
And most people don't want to, and in some cases, until you are able to realize the benefits of that change, it probably isn't necessary for them. But
that's true too.
But you have to, especially in technology, you first have to kind of understand the process and how to improve it. So it's not technology at that point. It's getting experts to have that discussion, and those experts are the ones that are the busiest in an organization, right? So I want 2 hours of your day for 5 days or whatever. They're like, I don't have that. So capturing what can happen and refining it to a process that's optimized, that takes a lot of work from all those experts. So if you decide to make the change, they have to define it even more carefully. They have to build the testing around that. They have to train and help all their employees or staff learn that. So executing that change, even if everybody wants to, is a massive load on organizations that are already at capacity, especially like employee shortages.
Yeah, you're just like adding another job.
Oh,
really,
yeah,
right?
and that's what I get every day. It's like, hey, I've got it. And so then the thing is, how can I help you to those teams? And they struggle because, it's like, well, do I want to do the new stuff, or I kind of like the old stuff that I'm comfortable with? And so do I backfill you and I'll do new stuff, or do I leave you in the old stuff, but then do you have a job in the future because we go to new stuff? And so there's no element of this that's easy. every angle, it seems like you have to tackle things that are roadblocks. So
it's really interesting to me because it's interesting to think about. You have a technical job title, the technical job, but it's not really, right? Or I shouldn't say that. I mean, it's still humans. It's just we're a bunch of humans.
Yeah, it's this much technology and a lot of people massaging and herding cats. If you will. So, and it's choosing words. I had one of the presentations earlier today. The guy used the word. Or words technical debt, which is a fairly common term. It means we have systems that are aging and there's problems I have to deal with, and that word sounds negative, so people get stuck on it and they're like, oh, I don't want to fund debt and technical, and especially business people that aren't as engaged with the technology. So I use this phrase technical sustainability now because that sounds more positive, and people are like, oh, I can get on board with that.
But I mean, what does that mean from a debt standpoint? I mean,
same thing.
Yeah, same thing. Because that's what's interesting. Like even like culture and cultural debt. I mean, like I don't know. I mean, we actually don't refer to cultural debt as cultural debt. We just call it culture.
We just call it culture. Yeah. No, I think anything that kind of helps people work through that process. Whether it's changing the words you use or how you meet or their input or not. angle that you have to try. And people that are like change agents and they just kind of document and they have this communication plan, if you will, I just struggle with that being enough. I think it takes daily, hourly, minute by minute engagement and evangelism to really drive change in an organization that, is big enough to have resistance, that's archaic enough sometimes, like, a state organization can be, that those changes aren't normal, if you will, and so people have to really embrace a big difference.
And how, because I think about even small organizations like mine. We're a 9-person team.
90?
9.
Oh, 9. Okay. So you know all their names then, right?
Yeah.
That's
right. But my whole point is, even at a small organization, you're like, oh, the dream is to sort of build a self-managing organization, right?
Right.
And but the truth is, in a world where there's always change, effectively, I'll just say, we kind of tried that. Like, we tried doing that. And what I noticed recently is, that what you're calling evangelism, the sort of day-to-day conversations with people, reminding them of why we're trying things. Still, what might be called management, is still
it's cat herding. Yeah,
but you still need to do. You need to do it even in a small organization. So big organization or small organization, because part of it is, I like if I'm thinking about making a change or doing something different in the organization, I might think about it for 6 months, a year, 2 months, and then all of a sudden I'm like springing it on people. And they got to catch up with where my,
I had a coach that told me that once. Says you run down the hill, you jump over the river, you up over the next ridge, you're gone, and you're like, keep up, and people are like, whoa, how do I get across the river? And they're stuck with that kind of. They just don't see the vision because you've had a chance to think about it for 6 months.
Exactly.
And they're like, I've thought about it for 6 minutes. Yeah.
And frankly, as sort of leaders, that's the job of leaders. And if you're a special area specialist or whatever, that's not your job. So you're focused on whatever, keeping the servers up or whatever your million jobs are.
You can't go too far or they get frustrated or lost. And I mean, one of the important things, and it's a really interesting way you brought that up, is the pace in which you reveal what you're thinking. If I walk in today and say, hey, we're going to get rid of our data centers, because eventually that will be the case, right? Everybody panics. But if you think, no, this is like a 5-year thing, or maybe longer, but we're gonna evaluate and make conscious decisions when we actually put something in our data center versus cloud, but if you just say that, people are like, and they don't do anything. But if you say data centers are gone soon, then they start engaging.
Well, like the fight and flight or freeze mechanism.
That's exactly it. Yeah. Otherwise, they just freak out and they're like, I can't. So I've talked about getting rid of networks or getting rid of data centers, and those extremes help posture, but then you have to get off that really fast or people panic. They're
well, and it's also to the language point, like you could talk about that as more of a vision of, we're not going to be in the warehousing servers business. We're going to be in the information. I'm just,
And people get stuck on that though. They'll panic anyway. And the next thing you'll hear through the rumor mill is, Andrew said you were getting rid of all of our data centers.
Andrew said we're laying off 70% of our IT staff.
And then we're all out of jobs. It's like, do you realize, actually it does cause me to scratch my head nowadays because there's so much low code, no code capabilities out there that you're like, someone that's a Java programmer, you're like, okay, in a company that's creating product, that may be important. In our company, it may be more and more that you just don't have a need for those kind of developers.
But you actually, those people can move into higher level thinking
that's
roles,
what you want,
which is
more strategic, more of this technology, sustainability, more of taking advantage of new evolving or new emerging technology.
100%. I'm in the marketing communications business, and I tell you, I'm looking out there right now, and I'm looking at the no code tools. And I'm thinking it's going to wipe out the lower half of our industry, which I think is going to be painful but good ultimately.
And it's
AI copywriting, all these things. It's all coming, and it's going to be good.
It is. It's a struggle because I think the business has to agree they're going to step up to making those, and they do sometimes. Businesses using Excel is very common, right? They don't, but if they use something a little more advanced, that's actually an application environment. Would they sign up for that? And sometimes they can because they see it, and sometimes they're like, "Whoa, it's not Excel, so no." So, anyway, it's an interesting challenge, and I think all of us really should think about and can embrace kind of what change management's about, and really just ways of being effective in that.
Well, and the way I'm listening to this conversation, I have 2 college-age kids now. So one who's going to be graduating this year.
Tell them not to be a programmer.
Well, that's the thing, right? I'm trying to give the advice. Neither one are. One is technically minded, but not studying a technical degree, because he found it boring, so he went into political science. But he could do it if he want, you know.
Right.
But the whole point is having these conversations about where's the future heading, to use the cliche. You know, where's the puck going, and how do you skate that direction?
Be there, yeah.
Yeah, because
Yeah, well, it's good catching up, and I'll look forward to what you and your next partner in crime here chat about, and otherwise, good seeing you guys.
And
for a
you,
while,
yeah,
so.
it's been real fun.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you,
Yeah,
thank
take care,
you.
Jeff.
so I don't have to worry about it.
That's nice. All right, it's good to be back. Thanks for being here. I'm here with Jason. Jason, what's happening, man?
Yeah, thank you for inviting me to the continuous conversation.
Yeah, I just did my last, my first one.
First and last. Now.
Hopefully my last is a pretty cool format, actually.
Well, I mean, we do two, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you'll do the next one. So you'll do the little welcome that I just did.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for having me.
I thought it'd be worthwhile. I'm not here to interview. We're just talking, but I do think, I need to understand even fully what you're working on because you got a lot of stuff rolling.
Yeah. So with U.S. Energy, corporate facing, it's U.S. Energy, but in the group, it's us. And we like to say we're sustainability coordinators, kind of solutions engineers, if you will. And we're trying to make complicated problems simpler. An example for Idaho, a couple would be like the urban sprawl that's happening.
Yeah.
We're currently in a state of runaway sprawl.
Yeah.
So we're going to lose 140,000 acres of productive farmland by 2040. And it's called the Treasure Valley.
Treasure Valley.
Yeah, it's called the Treasure Valley because of the agricultural assets.
Right.
And so trying to figure out ways to articulate that and work on that in a productive way. The city's got their 2035, 2050 climate action roadmap. And I've been kind of climate teching it for the last decade in certain forms and fashions. So we're starting to open up the dialogue about potentially becoming climate action ambassadors. And then working with Boise State on kind of becoming a circular campus. And so, in a nutshell, we're just trying to solve problems.
But these are that's what's interesting about all those problems is they're big problems, but that can only be solved through local specific actions,
Yeah, and that's one of the biggest challenges is you hear all the UN climate goals, you hear all this international things, but it's you have to do them locally.
Yeah.
But then you got to try to do a local, regional, state,
Yeah. And even what is local? It's neighborhood level, really.
Sure, for sure.
And I'll tell you, I just spent I was a month in Europe, mostly Italy and Portugal. And it's interesting, I was thinking a lot about this. So the tie-in here is, I was thinking about density versus sprawl.
Yep.
And I was thinking about the trade-offs. I think there's certain groups of Americans that sort of idolize, the European approach to a lot of different various things, including living and lifestyle, quality of life. And a lot of those really start with a willingness, and I do personally believe there are sacrifices, to embrace density.
For sure.
And then I think, how do you get density? One thing is, people worry about privacy and other things. Yeah, height. And then how do you have privacy within that? Well, in a lot of these countries, the buildings are built of concrete, so you can get more, whereas we build with stick frames, right?
Definitely, and you can't stack as
You
easily.
Can't go as
the
high,
foundation.
and then you can hear your neighbors.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I guess I'm interested in, I don't know where I'm going with that, but just to say the human and kind of what I was just talking to Andrew about with change management, and it's interesting to think about how you convince people to come along.
Yeah, I just seen Tim Keene, the new City of Boise
He just walked in.
planner, and he's got a tremendous. It's a challenge, but I think of it as an opportunity. He's coming from Atlanta, and it's really kind of boils down to the zoning. Of mixed use, higher densities, to where in Europe, the first level everywhere is retail, and then everything is stacked on top of it. But we're fortunate that we have a lot of land. I'm going to the Netherlands on the 9th next month to speak at Impact Fest about energy transitions. And my, conversation is I can only control my energy. And so what I use that for is very important. And so they want me to come and talk about kind of dreams and inspiration because they're, an old saying in the Netherlands is that God made the earth, but men made the Netherlands.
Yeah.
And
so they've recaptured all that land.
And they built out. They literally built out on top of the ocean. And so human ingenuity is, unlimited. In my mind. But you have to find common ground.
Well, it also starts with what you just said. It starts with that decision. Right. That I'm going to commit. I'm committed to my little world.
For sure. And it's and everybody. That's one of the challenges is that we're all in kind of silos.
Yeah.
And then I'm trying to be a systems level thinker, and sometimes when I go up, maybe to the corporates or the government, it's like, you're doing too much. But then when I go down to the students, they're like, how do we help? You know, like what can we do about it?
Yeah.
And so I'm building out a STEM GEMS program with Idaho STEM Action Center.
Yeah.
And the analogy being that if you see a picture jasper out in the Owyhees, it looks like a dusty old stone, but you give it to my buddy who's a lapidary jewelry maker, he turns it into a gem. Yeah. And so these kids are like stones, you know, that are just waiting to be turned into gems. And so we're talking about that next week. I found 3 awesome, you know, young leaders that are just so inspiring just for kind of what they've done. And it boils down to the kids need 2 things. They need opportunities and incentives. Pretty simple, you know. And so like that's kind of the whole deal, even with the Carbon Summit, is I'm a carbon-based being on a carbon planet using carbon tech, you know, and so it often gets vilified, but it's an energy molecule. You know, it's like, it's why we're alive.
It just is.
Yeah.
It just is.
And so our challenge right now is taking that carbon in the atmosphere, which is creating a very energetic atmosphere that is, you know, adverse, stronger storms, you know, more variations in weather, and putting that back in the ground. Like that's where it does the best. And if you think of fossil fuels, we're pulling up all this processed, you know, waste or energy even. Yeah. And like the planet
carbon-based beans.
Yeah, the planet already stored this.
Yeah.
You know, so and the solution being the sun sends us 10,000 terawatts of energy, 1,000 times more than we could ever use. And so we have a conversion problem. We have an energy, you know, we don't have a deficit. We have an oversupply, but we're kind of evolving and saying, okay, we need to look at how do I consume? You know, how can I, you know, transition my energy to be more, whether it's intentional or community-based or, you know, being of service. Yeah. You know, and that's, it's tough, you know, to find what everybody, be the perfect fit for everyone.
Well, and the reality is it's sort of a privileged place to be when you have time and resources to be able to commit to that, right?
Totally.
I mean,
totally.
You know, a lot of people are just struggling to keep the lights on.
No doubt. And it's taken me 10 years, you know, to get to the point where I'm able to have, you know, somebody's paying for me to go over to the Netherlands to speak and to, you know, dream with a country. But then I got a pretty cool value proposition of saying, hey, you know, like we can start at an event level, we can start at a university level, like where we're often partnerships. Yeah. You know, to where, hey, you can partner with us, we'll mirror what you guys you're so far advanced with Impact Fest, that we'll just mirror it here in Boise, and then we'll have a sister, you know, kind of event. But then if you want a university partnership, Boise State is willing to do that. If you want a city of Boise is open to having those dialogue with the Hague, the City of International Peace and Justice, you know. And so then we're putting together an esports international invitational with Doc over at the gaming arena. Cool. And so we just try to, I found out that people all can relate to fun. You know, it's like if you make it fun, people are like, okay, I'll listen. Yeah, right. You know, but if it's like complicated and I'm not a technical engineer.
Well, that's what's interesting. Like that's what it's going to take to actually change sort of the hearts and minds.
For sure.
Is like figuring out like the root thing. You know, like lecturing people, or God forbid, I mean, in my view, you know, throwing mashed potatoes on priceless works of art or whatever isn't the way to get stuff done. The way to get stuff done is to, you know, actually inspire people to look at their own lives.
Well, and then in your case, like you've been a part of this ecosystem for a long time now. You've seen how it's kind of evolving, and you've seen how it's changing, you know, in probably some really good ways, and you know, maybe some things are a lot slower than we'd like, you know, sometimes. But where would you see kind of the opportunities, you know, for the startup? I mean, you've been involved with some, obviously.
I mean, I really feel like there's endless. I mean, I feel like Boise is in a better place to be in business than ever before. Sure. You know, large part due to this event and sort of the community that's built up around it. And you know, I have my nephews in town visiting, and he's here in this event, and he's seeing everybody, and you know, and he lives in Portland, and now he's talking about, you know, how could Boise be a place for him or whatever, right? So, I mean, I don't know. I guess the bottom line, I'm kind of getting off track here, but I really feel like the most important thing that we have to always remember is, or keep in mind or put at the forefront, is optimism of all this. And what you said of, like, it doesn't do us any good. It's so easy to pick apart problems and point to whoever's doing the wrong thing, all these things. And the problem is that doesn't move the ball forward.
Yep.
And I just really think we need to stay focused on where those opportunities are, and we all need to, I don't know, just do our little bit, you know.
Yeah, one of the examples that comes to mind, I was talking to this about, about problem statements. One Stone asked me to come in and talk about, those 3 big problem statements that we just kind of talked about. And I asked a question to the kids. I'm like, how many of you guys think there's a lot of problems that we're up against in the world? They all raised their hand.
Yeah.
And then I go, well, how many of you guys think there's a lot of opportunities out there? Half of them raised their hand.
Yeah.
And I said, well, what if all those problems are opportunities? And they went,
Yep.
Okay, and I'll ask it again. How many of you guys think there's opportunities? They all raised their hand after that. You know what I mean? So it's just really framing, right?
Yeah, so my line on that, and we got to wrap up here, but my line on that, I taught my kids was, you got to be able to see problems, i.e. opportunities and problems. You got to be able to believe that you can be one to have a positive impact on that. And then you have to figure out how to take a step towards solving that. You don't have to solve the whole thing.
Nope.
You can take a step and be positive. So I think we're out of time. So that was quick, man.
Yeah.
It was good catching up.
Big high level.
I know.
Awesome 15 minutes.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
Yeah, so you're going to continue on, and thanks everybody for joining the conversation.
Thanks, Jeff. All right. All right, welcome back. I am here with Matt Bishop at Cafe Mule.
Perfect.
And so, how are you feeling about Boise Entrepreneur Week?
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm really excited to be here. Personally, I have a panel that I'm on tomorrow, and then I'll be pitching as part of the main event. So I'm stoked for that. A little prep on my end, been going on the past few weeks. So yeah, I'm stoked. And yourself? How are you feeling?
We've been working on this. So I'm a part of the co-chairing the Futurism track, and we've been working on this, I think, about 6 months. And so after 20 meetings and 1,000 emails, it's good to be here. Because you just get to the point where you're like, okay, we're ready to roll.
Yeah, no, this is a beast. I mean, it's huge. I'm impressed with the complexity, and I'm impressed with how kind of wired tight everything is. It's been seamless so far, which takes a lot of back end work. So you'll probably need a bit of a break after this is done.
Well, I go from here. I leave on Saturday to go down to Arizona. We got another event that we're kind of working on. So I'm just a supplemental, little small sliver of helping out on this, but events is kind of what I do. And so just to see the scale of this event and how, impactful and how important it is to the Boise, kind of ecosystem, especially for, entrepreneurs like yourself and, many others. It's like I've heard just recently that you guys have the best coffee in town.
I hope. That's a bold statement. There's some good coffee in town. It's obviously a crowded space. But yeah, we're very proud. We're a 6-year-old company. We roast over on a facility in Curtis and Overland right here in Boise. We have an amazing team. So 7 of us that we get in there and we kind of roll our sleeves up, work hard every day. 8 actually. We have a mule as well. So Richard would be upset if I didn't mention him in this venue. Yeah, we try to put out a very approachable coffee that almost anyone's gonna gravitate towards as their daily drinker and hopefully think it's exceptional.
So how did you get into the coffee business out of curiosity?
Yeah, it was really based on a little bit of a dream. So I was a military officer. It was my first career. I did a couple deployments to Iraq in the early 2000s. I also did some work in Latin America later on. And I've always been enamored by social beverages. So when I was in Iraq, chai tea is like a very common thing. If you go to someone's home, that's the first thing you're gonna do is be really presented some chai tea. You're gonna sit down in a circle and everyone is just gonna get to know one another. Latin America, certain parts of it's yerba mate. And same thing, it's a cup of mate early in the morning and people are just passing that cup, refilling it and, sending it on to the next person. But while that's going on, there's a lot of conversation. And so 2015 timeframe, I'd moved to Boise. I was out of the military. I got the idea that I wanted to kind of boost coffee as a little bit of a social beverage. I wanted to bring people together from disparate elements of the community and had this crazy idea of launching a coffee service in the Boise foothills. So we did. We've done about 41 or 42 of them to date, but that first year, 2016, we did 18 trail services where we would just offer free coffee. We would change our location week to week, so it gave a little adventure for people. But they would, come up there, would give them a cup, and they'd just talk. So some of them would hike with their kids, people mountain bike in, people run in, and it just became a thing. Unfortunately, giving away free coffee, not a sustainable business model.
Definitely.
So we had to really launch it into a coffee brand and become somewhat product focused. But we have an outdoor social mission. We donate 25 cents from every bag to local trail maintenance wherever we're sold. And yeah, that's our thing. We love it. So are you a coffee drinker?
Yes. Yeah. I kind of have a little love-hate with it because I'm sensitive to caffeine.
Yep.
And so I can only do like 1 cup a day. And if I, go beyond that or if I string it out too long, I can feel a little adrenal pushback.
Yep.
And some people are like, hey, I can drink coffee all the time. I'm like, well, I was kind of the high school kid my senior year that was the Mountain Dew guy. And I think that had some detrimental effects, honestly. And so, although I love it and I love the way it makes me feel, like I had some coffee this morning. Right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, you know, I'm good to go, but I may pay for it a little bit this evening. And so it's interesting how like the stimulant react to different people. And the yerba mate is, another one.
Totally different too.
Yeah,
the caffeine you get from that.
And they're totally like, whether it's green teas or wherever the caffeine comes from, I feel differently about it.
Yep.
But it's something that I love the rush, I guess you could say, or if I'm going to have to go speak, like I want to have some coffee, to where I can perform, if you will.
Yeah.
It's kind of a performance beverage.
No, I love that. We like it to be a performance beverage for people every day, all the time. Obviously, in the business we're in, but I absolutely get where you're coming from. I think age sometimes is a factor.
Yep.
I turned 40, recently.
35.
And yeah, I felt in the past few years I've become more caffeine sensitive. I actually see that with some of our customers too. A little bit older they get, they report they're a little bit more caffeine sensitive. But I went through that phase at 3 cups a day to. Now I'm happy with just my one.
Yeah, and I used to do that. In my 20s, it was no problem. Like whatever, and I didn't realize it was even an issue. But then my mom is very sensitive to caffeine as well, so I think there's some, hereditary, some gene stuff that goes along with it. But then, thinking about the cultural aspects of kind of where you pick it up. I used to work at a Lebanese restaurant in South Scottsdale, and there was a red tea, what is a mint tea. And that's where I really got to see the more community-based, because growing up, like my grandparents drank it, and my parents drank it, but it wasn't like you didn't have the community kind of there. Yeah. But we did have the old school kind of cafeterias and, stuff where people did socialize, kind of around it, but it wasn't really the focal point, of the conversation. It was just kind of there.
Yeah.
But when you're looking at Middle Eastern culture, Turkish tea, Turkish coffee, stuff where it's really thick and really strong, so it's very interesting to see regionally what beverages are that social beverage.
Yep. I'd say we lack that strong social aspect of our social beverages still, minus alcoholic beverages, right?
Yeah.
So certainly we still have, kind of a tavern atmosphere around, drinking beer, wine.
Yeah.
But in the coffee sense, I think we're definitely lacking. And that was something I was very much drawn to, right? Can we put a little bit more of that sociability back into it? Obviously I have a coffee company, but for the social mission part of it, like I wouldn't care whether it was coffee or yerba mate or, flavored water. If people get around and talk, I like the idea of that common ground.
Totally. So, you nailed it on the head there. And that's where I think business is really heading, is almost the B Corp mentality of like, hey, how can I, build community, through this product or service, and then have it be an expression, like the trail maintenance, like that is an important niche. If people don't realize that it costs money to, keep these trails and stuff up and keep the natural environment as pristine as we're used to it being.
Yeah.
Just even on campus, like there's not many universities that have a mile of, riverfront, that's there, but it sometimes like people don't remember, or they're just not in their mind. They're like, hey, we got to keep this thing nice.
Yeah, no, absolutely agree. And we are incredibly fortunate here in Iowa to have this beautiful, scenery. I'm not saying Idaho because I don't want people to move here, continue to move here. But yes, Iowa has
good on that
great,
one,
great.
Iowa.
Yeah, no, we're very blessed, especially here in Boise.
Yeah.
I tell everyone, the proximity of our downtown to just this amazing asset of trails up there. I mean, it's unbeatable. And Ridge Rivers and all the people that keep up those trails, they do a really great job for us here.
And people, when they're out in the foothills, like you just see just the amount of people that do take advantage of it. So it's very, people understand it's very valuable, but people also don't know. I don't think they sometimes realize how much work goes into maintaining those.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been on a couple volunteer days up there, and it's hard work, for sure.
But I think that's what makes Boise special, though, is that you can go give away free coffee in the foothills and build that customer base or that loyalty, that community, You know, and then you're like, okay, well, this model ain't gonna work, so we need to pivot and figure out one that does. You know.
Yeah. No, we wish that we could just give away free coffee all the time. That's, you know, for sure that's where our passion's at, what we love doing, but yeah, it doesn't pay the bills. So we have to do both, right?
No, I know that realm. Like, I got a 501c3, and figuring out, you know, sometimes it's hard to just sell doing the right thing, if you will. But it's, you know, my way of doing things is different from your way of doing things or someone else's different things. So, you know, when you talk about that common ground, you know, like I think that's the most significant piece. Common ground for common grounds for common good, right?
Yeah, I love that.
I'm not sure if, all right, well, thank you so much.
I think we're out of time. This was a great conversation, though. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
We're back here at Boise Entrepreneurship Week, and Matt Bishop, still carrying on this conversation. I'm sitting down with Gabe Blanchett, who moved to Boise, I think 5 years ago?
Yeah, about 5 years ago.
Founded a number of companies, had some great exits. What are you into now? What are you up to?
Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun. I'm working with a few businesses in town, consulting mostly on product and fundraising and stuff like that. I can talk a little bit about those if we want, but I'm also really energized right now by getting back into building products, sort of soup to nuts myself, at least minimum viable products. So I've built a few little software apps and gotten a few users, and I haven't monetized any of them yet, but I'm just kind of getting in the habit of, having an idea and then turning it into something that's real without sort of seeking others' approval or guidance. And so that's one of the things from an entrepreneurial perspective that's really jazzing me up. What about you? What's
yeah, I want to come back to that because I'm really excited about anyone who's actually building things, soups to nuts. That sounds amazing. I think us over at our company, we've gotten really, really energized about taking Cafe Mule, which was our original brand. It's got a lot of goodwill from people in the community here. Totally. I think it's got a lot of positivity behind our outdoor mission, and I think it's time to really spin that into more of a lifestyle brand along with our coffee. And so, we're just stoked to see other venues that our coffee can be in. So, we're very grocery focused at the moment, but would like to focus on, outdoor stores and places where the people who resonate with our mission shop and might find us.
Because it'll be more differentiated there from a grocery store aisle, or the margins different, or what's?
Yeah, it's not so much margins. It's just enhancing that community. Yeah. So we think
it's a place where you can speak directly to the customer that cares about
Yeah.
Cafe Mule and the mission.
Exactly. It's a crowded space. We like to think that we have a really great product and we take care in producing it, but there's a lot of branding that goes into it, and there's a lot of differentiation through mission. Our mission is outdoors. We donate to trails, and so we think that when people are looking for outdoor gear and looking to recreate in those areas, those people have almost already self-selected to be our people. I would like to. I'm going to jam on this for a minute longer, I think.
Yeah, keep.
I think we're jamming. I think we're doing some technical sound stuff. We'll let people see behind the curtain.
I think it got muted there for a second.
All right.
Cool. Yeah.
Well, okay.
I don't know how I'm doing that, but
now, I've been dying to ask. So I grow a little bit of wheat on the side.
That's with
a
T at the end.
I tried to really wheat. Grow a little bit of wheat on the side.
I don't know too many people who grow wheat on the side like that. I think
don't.
You either have a very large field, many acres, hectares of wheat, or I don't know anybody. You're the first person I've ever met.
So here's the thing, right? So I do everything by hand. I plant by hand. I harvest by hand. I thresh and winnow everything by hand, and it's a reasonable size crop. It's like 35 foot by 40 feet.
Okay.
And I got maybe 70 pounds. I get a really good yield this year. So I got like 70 pounds. I do a bunch of rotation crop stuff.
What is 70 pounds of wheat?
70 loaves of bread.
70 loaves of bread.
Yeah, about a pound
per bread.
Pound per. And I'll mix in some commercial wheat to extend that out.
Okay.
So here's where I'm going though. I know that you founded a company that sold technology to LG, I believe, correct?
Yep. It was indoor farming technology. It started in 2013, sold the company in 2017, 2018.
Did any of that technology get utilized in retail focusing appliances, or like appliances for an individual consumer?
Yeah, we started the business building pH and sort of fertigation monitoring units for greenhouses, and then we decided, at the same time we met a few venture capitalists. We decided we wanted to take our technology, basically this nervous system or sensor system for indoor farms, from a commercial application put it into a body that we were really inspired by. And so for us, that meant like a bookshelf-sized unit that people could grow their own food in their homes. So that's what we did. We did a Kickstarter about $500,000. We shipped units all over the country, and that's ultimately what caught LG's attention. And they've now released a similar, like a derivative product that it's more like stainless steel. It's called the Harvester. We saw it coming even in 2013, 14, 15, that some grocery chains were, to one nuance of your question there, we're interested in hydroponically grown or indoor grown produce right in the fresh, like in the aisle. And there's some logistical challenges with that. There's a whole supply chain you have to build around like seedlings instead of just harvested crop, whether it's lettuce or tomatoes or whatever. But there's a big opportunity there, and it's fun to see it now sort of evolve. I sometimes dream of going back into indoor farming, but I also told myself I wouldn't, or would take some significant time off after that journey.
That was going to be my follow-up question. I wanted to know if you had interest in that space still. You didn't ask, but here's my idea.
Yeah,
right?
no,
what's
your idea?
Yeah, what's my idea? I want the robot that can be programmed to do everything needed to keep up someone's garden.
Okay, I like
and
it.
harvest. Can we do that?
Yes.
Is anyone doing that?
I remember I remember in 2012 or 13 going to the CEO's name was John Koala, but it was a company outside of Boston founded by some iRobot executives trying to make the first Roomba, but for lawn mowing. Yeah. And so that's kind of like this idea that we can have machines automatically tend not just our landscapes, but also our produce, our food, inside, outside. People have been working on various aspects of this for years. I think some of the interesting pieces now are both, much better LED lights. Now those are cheap and ubiquitous and custom. The spectrum is customized to the plant type, and all of this stuff, which 10 years ago was kind of conceptual, is now very easy, very real. So some of it's around the sensing technologies. The other aspect to machines or robots taking care of plants is the mode. And so you could have an autonomous ground-based unit. I think what's really interesting to me now is much smaller swarm-based drones, which can monitor, detect diseases, et cetera, in indoor or outdoor crops.
With laser beams that shoot aphids, right?
Laser beams for aphids.
That's my dream, man.
Yeah, on your iPhone, you can go into self-play mode where you can zap them yourself.
You can do it. You can be a first-person shooter with the laser beams.
Oh my gosh, wouldn't that be a joy?
You just gamified it.
Yeah, I mean, gamify gardening could be the tagline of a potentially mediocrely successful company. Because
I feel like you just limited my idea significantly.
No.
I'm hurt.
Well, mediocre, yeah. I mean, it could be quite successful. I think it could be big.
Based on a lot of research and analysis right here in the past 30 seconds, it could be really successful.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I know I'm your single customer, potentially, because as you said, I'm the only guy.
Zapping swarm.
Yes. Growing wheat in my yard. I'm maybe your only customer.
I think that's so funny. You grow wheat. I mean, that is a.
Thank you also for enunciating well.
You have to put the T in there.
You have to.
No, but it's very interesting. Small batch wheat is not common. Do you have other gardening? Are you gardening throughout your backyard?
I do it in the front yard.
Front yard.
It's a statement
I love
piece.
That.
It's a statement piece because I figured,
Victory gardens.
Yeah, exactly. I could either be watering that and spending time every weekend mowing it, or wheat is a dry land crop here. Winter wheat is.
It's grass, right? I mean.
Yeah. But I have no application of anything really. A little bit of I'll use organic type fertilizers, compost, manure, that kind of stuff. But I don't have to water it at all.
Right.
And then I get really awesome rotation crops sometimes in there. But I think we're out of time, so I don't want to go on about my crop.
Once the cameras are off,
my crop's up. We'll keep going. But I would like to close with an ask that you would at least consider developing some technology that would fit this problem set.
We can make front yard wheat gardening. A huge phenomenon in the U.S.
Okay.
I think we need to partner on this.
Okay, thank you. It started all here. I hope they're recording this.
Cool, thanks, Matt.
Thanks
They definitely are. I'm here with Molly, who heads the Innovation Lab at St. Luke's. Welcome.
Thanks, Gabe. Nice to be here today.
Yeah, I'm so curious about, when I think about St. Luke's, I think largest employer in the state of Idaho, hospitals and so many different practice areas galore across the whole state.
Yeah.
Innovating within that mechanism is a big task. I mean, it's healthcare, there's HIPAA, how do you think about moving things faster? What would unblock you and your team within St. Luke's?
Oh gosh, that's a good question. There's a lot of, so we're just at the very beginning of the journey, so I feel like there's about 100 different things that I could say to answer that question. But right now I can tell you what we're focusing on.
Cool, yeah.
Especially with, not having the best economic situation right now in healthcare. So we can't ask for money necessarily.
Yeah.
What we're really focusing on across that large organization you just mentioned is culture and mindset.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just me and Lexi. We're a team of 2 in our innovation center, but we're focusing on any kind of opportunities that we can get the word out about innovative tools, innovative opportunities, like we have an accelerator program that people can be a part of to work through a significant problem or challenge the organization is facing, and it takes them through the whole innovation process.
And you and your partner, Lexi,
Yes.
administer that accelerator?
Yes.
Or that have some sort of guide rails for new ideas to come to life?
Yeah, in fact, it's a little different than a traditional accelerator. We're very hands-on because it's part education, right? So we're teaching them about the business model canvas or customer profile, and then we're designing a test together to try out an idea and putting our validation criteria together, and then we're actually going and interviewing customers or doing a card sorting activity or a day in the life simulation. So it's very guided.
I've got a little bit of a horse in the race here because my wife is a PA with St. Luke's.
Really?
Yeah, she works
What is her
for Amanda Blanchette is her name. But she's actually working on some climate-related sort of how do climate health and health of the humans in the state of Idaho intersect, and what are the intersections? And she's really, as an entrepreneur myself, a lot of our pillow conversations now are about how she can sort of champion these new initiatives and ideas within such a large
I love that.
Large system. So I'm glad to be talking with you about this. I want to co-opt you to work together with Amanda. It sounds like the right type of initiative. You want to identify people within St. Luke's who already have big problems. Or creativity, and find ways to unlock that, right?
Exactly, absolutely. And the hope is that it just spreads. And I think it's funny that your wife is working on that type of a problem herself. So our innovator cohort, this first group that we put through our accelerator program, they're about 3 weeks away from kind of their big, it's not really a pitch, but it's their recommendation, essentially.
Cool. All right.
And what they chose to work on.
Sounds like a pitch.
It is kind of a pitch. But it's also like an opportunity to showcase their learning, like how they actually applied this toolkit and how they might use it in their day job. So it's a little bit of a showcase for us as well. But
cool. Yeah, of course.
Right.
They do well.
Yeah, exactly.
You look great.
It helps.
Yeah.
But this cohort chose to work on a sustainability related issue.
Okay.
That turned into, because it was about transportation, and we have like a huge sustainability initiative at St. Luke's, but I think throughout the pandemic and things like that, it kind of gets lost in the shuffle a little bit. And so we started working to partnering with our sustainability team to work on transportation, and then we found out that actually the bigger issue was transportation for lower wage, like in person, those entry level employees who have to be at work, right, who can't work from home like a lot of us can. Right. So like our laundry folks, our EVS, like there's this huge group of workers that, while it started out as a sustainability thing, how can we like cut down on
carbon emissions,
right, for commuting, it turned into a real significant need and pain for a portion of our workforce that now we're trying to solve that need instead. And I think that's part of the beauty of the journey and of testing and talking to people and really putting something through the accelerator process. So it's kind of fun.
Fast forward 10 years, 20 years.
Oh gosh, okay.
What do you hope innovation at St. Luke's, or any large healthcare system for that matter, but St. Luke's here in Idaho looks like?
Yeah.
Do you think it's infused, and to get more specific, do you think it's in the innovation department, your department stays pretty small and lean, but you sort of have infused a culture and a set of processes and language in the organization? Or do you think there's a bigger,
Well, so that's a piece of it, I would say, is that we want innovation and the mindset to become part of our DNA for everyone at St. Luke's, for everyone to feel like they have a voice, from an efficiency innovation that's just a process improvement, but it's going to save time in people's day or save the organization money, to even identifying opportunities. Like I saw it happen this morning, I would say, in the first panel. Upstairs, we had some very established system leaders on the panel, and then we had some entrepreneurs out in the audience who were asking these amazing questions and actually kind of showing ways that they might be able to contribute to what we're, to this.
The leading question.
It was.
How do you think differently about
this? And so I think I would say that it's embedded in our culture.
Yep.
Still would, I think the innovation team should be there to enable, in a large organization, that's my viewpoint, should be there to enable the organization to unlock it, like you said, but also to be kind of a conduit to the broader community of entrepreneurs, especially locally, because St. Luke's is all about, the community. So I'd like to see also that we can get outside more than we do currently. And so if we had it within our culture, within the DNA of our organization, but also this kind of partnership with the entrepreneurial ecosystem, that's what I think success would look like.
Very cool. Yeah, what comes to mind when you talk about sort of a large industry finding ways to tap into the entrepreneurial community, whether it's in Boise or in other places, is around Boise Entrepreneur Week. There's Hacking for Home Building.
Yes.
I was part of last year as a sort of an entrepreneur coming up with ideas. And what I really liked about that is they had, and this is for how do we build homes cheaper, better, faster. So very different than healthcare, but what you have is a large industry with a set of problems. And I think what Hacking for Home Building did really well is help pull out those problems, turn them into problem statements that are bite-sized enough that entrepreneurs can start to throw ideas at them, build prototypes and stuff like that. So I wonder if there's a Hacking for Healthcare.
I love that.
Or something like that maybe we could see next year.
Yes,
at
I
Boise
think that's
Entrepreneur
brilliant.
Week.
You're right. So you keyed in on something right there. When we look at a problem in healthcare right now, they're so big.
Yeah.
And so I think it even is intimidating for anyone outside of healthcare. I mean, heck, even within healthcare sometimes, to even figure out how to tackle it, because there's so many layers of complexity.
Right.
But I like that. If we can like make it bite-sized, make it actionable, I'd love to see Hacking for Healthcare next year. I think that would be awesome.
Yeah, let's do it. I'd be excited to see that as part of, and it could just bring together a lot of stakeholders that are probably don't feel like entrepreneurs or don't feel involved in the entrepreneurial process. Those system leaders potentially at St. Luke's, but also I'm thinking about this smaller practitioners that are only tangentially related to St. Luke's or Idaho healthcare. So I think there's really something there.
Awesome.
Yeah, maybe Idaho could ultimately become sort of a center of study for innovation in healthcare.
I don't see why not.
I'm
getting started.
Yeah. How long have you been running this program?
We're like babies. We're tiny babies.
This year?
It's been, about a year that I've been working on it.
Cool.
And then I brought on Lexi on my team, I think around 7 months ago or so. So yeah, we're still so early, but I mean, being part of Boise Entrepreneur Week has been a really fun, we kind of stumbled into it through Chris Hoyd, who works at Vinyl, but it's been really amazing to just see all of the talent and all of the just incredible entrepreneurs out there.
Yeah, there's a lot here when everybody's actually in person.
Yes, it's incredible, and the energy, and then thinking about how we can pull from different industries outside of healthcare. I don't know. I think this has really just unlocked a lot of fun and a lot of new
What
ideas.
did you do before? What were you up to? Before
Okay,
this?
well, before this role, I've worked at St. Luke's for 5 years, which it's kind of it sounds like a long time, but at St. Luke's it feels like I'm still new. But before this, I worked on it. Well, kind of created a team called the Digital Adoption Team within our IT department to help with the launch of Microsoft 365. So, which happened right before the pandemic, like months before the pandemic. And it was a huge change management lift for the organization. And I think that's kind of what made me interested in innovation, because it's a lot of change management as well, right? It's like, how do we think differently? How do we get people to buy in and get people to give their feedback? But before that, I was a high school teacher. So that's actually was really how I spent.
I mean,
most of my
I can't
career.
think of an environment where you have to seek buy-in more than a high school classroom. So.
Economics and government too. So
so that's really
it's
pulling
really math might have it a little worse, but I think
I can think of a few subjects. Just depends on the kid, right?
Oh yeah.
It's probably like change management in a large organization. You've got some early adopters.
Yes.
Some people want to learn new skills. I mean, some people who've been working at St. Luke's, I can imagine, want to learn what the latest and greatest EMR technology is, or what the how could we move faster and decrease costs and all these things that really make a difference in patients' lives. So there's early adopters, but then there's a whole set of people who are maybe have worked at St. Luke's for quite some time and you have to really think about the psychology of adoption.
And they're all busy folks. So how do we unlock that motivation?
Totally.
Absolutely.
Well, congrats on the progress so far.
Thank you, Gabe. Very nice to meet you.
Great to meet you too, Molly.
1,
Welcome back. I'm Molly Zimmer from St. Luke's Health System, and I'm here with Joni.
Hello.
Joni, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, I'm the founder of Snacktivist Foods, which is a company that actually was in the first trail mix competition. And we won, which was fantastic. Really amazing experience, especially as a first-time founder. But I actually come from a health sciences and sciences background, so I was an RN and worked in a hospital.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, I was working in the ICU when that trail mix happened.
Oh
so.
my goodness.
I know.
So you stopped, actively nursing. I know once a nurse, always a nurse. I have learned that.
Yes.
Don't say someone's a former nurse.
Right.
But, you now are full-time Snacktivist?
I am.
Oh my
yeah,
goodness.
full-time Snacktivist. So
how does that, what do your days look like?
Well, I have to say I never appreciated my nursing schedule like I do now.
I don't
In
hear that
hindsight,
too
I'm
often.
like, oh my
That's
gosh.
so funny.
I would have killed to only work 3 13-hour shifts a day. Or a week, because now it's like,
well, that sounds terrible.
Yeah, three a week, because now it's like, just as a startup founder, you do just work really long hours. So
absolutely.
But what's cool is there's a lot more flexibility. And I loved what I was doing as a nurse because I love helping people, but at this level, it's interesting seeing like a different trajectory of impact.
Absolutely. I love that. So I'm curious if you have a favorite. What's your favorite snack? Although it's like a snack mix, right? Maybe before I ask a question, why don't you tell me a little bit about Snacktivist?
So interestingly enough, when we founded Snacktivist, we wanted to make snacks, but being 2 nurses founding a company, you surprisingly don't have a lot of money laying around. I know. And so we were like, oh, well, we really can't afford to have snacks co-packed. So I worked with a business advisor, really amazing guy that I worked with a couple of years intensively when we first started. And he's like, well, what can you make? Like, you know what you want to put in these things. Why don't you just make the mix? And that can be your minimal viable product. And that way you can have a business and then you can just add to it. Well, it's a lot tougher to do that in food.
Okay.
Than say in technology. So we're still selling baking mixes, which we're not like, it's not what we set out to do is like conquer the baking mix world, but it's really fantastic because it's allowed us to have like a vehicle to tell our brand story.
Yes,
a way to impact people in the household and in food service locations. And for us, what's so meaningful is that we really believe that you can't have a healthy planet without healthy people and vice versa. And we're really passionate about farmer-connected supply chains that help bring forth regenerative agriculture and climate-smart agriculture.
That all sounds amazing. Yeah. So what is your favorite mix?
My favorite mix is probably our rosemary garlic focaccia bread.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely not a snack, but it's so fantastic and it's so easy. And so for a lot of people, making bread's very intimidating.
Oh yeah.
This is you just add water and oil, you stir it, and it's done.
Okay.
And let it rise, stick it in the oven, boom. It doesn't really require anything fancy. And it's made from sorghum, which is a drought-resistant crop that's grown in the Midwest.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So this is fun. I am very intimidated by bread. I didn't even do sourdough during COVID. It scares me a lot.
There you go. Yeah.
But I did make focaccia bread in Italy.
Oh, fantastic.
And I do remember you got to really get your hands in there. Yeah. With that mix, do you do it kind of the same? You mix it up and then you just kind of...
You can, or you can be really lazy about it and you can just mix it and be put it there and smooth it out and walk away.
That.
So
okay, and where do I buy that? Because I like to be lazy.
Yeah, it's perfect for lazy or busy.
Busy. I prefer busy.
Yeah, my thing is how do we give people more wins?
Yes.
Moms need wins, especially if you're
Look at this focaccia bread I whipped up.
Yeah, no, seriously, that's probably our most famous Betty Crocker kind of spin-off line with our customers is they're I can't bake at all, but I just busted out this amazing focaccia and brought it to a party and everyone thought I was an amazing baker.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Yeah, and it's gluten-free, totally top 8 allergen-free, vegan, but you don't know.
That's
you don't really know.
That is so cool.
So that's what's fun is I like giving people those wins where they're empowered to make friends with their kitchen again. And then for chefs and institutional partners, because we do work with hospitals, we're actually kicking off a hospital specific line going into next year, which is very exciting. And working with some larger players that work in larger institutional channels. So that's exciting. I mean, because I want to hear about what you do at the hospital.
Oh, yes. So, I have a lot of thoughts about what you're just saying because, so I'm leading our Innovation Center of Excellence at St. Luke's. It's a brand new little baby infant capability that we're building. And the goal really is just to have a very small team that enables our organization internally and then hopefully eventually also bridging that gap externally to innovate around healthcare system, problems and challenges, which, we've got a lot.
Big systems.
Yes.
I mean, right now, having spent some significant time in healthcare and working in some unusual capacities, I was a nurse that didn't just work on the floor, I worked in some unusual capacities and definitely got a real insight into the systems entry point of healthcare. And when you look at the broader picture, we all get sucked into the point of care delivery and billing and charting and like all the things that make the
Yes.
engine run. But when you stand back and really look 30,000 feet, you see some really obvious inefficiencies that don't necessarily need to be there. They're not evidence-based, they're not profitable, and they're not helping delivery of care.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, totally. And so, you know, if we can find ways to really get folks feel empowered, to bring their ideas forward, to kind of close some of those efficiency gaps, that's a huge goal. But I'm curious. So,
fantastic that you have that.
It's so
Good
fun.
job.
It's fun. And one of the projects we've been working on actually is we've been spending a lot of time interviewing our some of our frontline staff. It's along the lines of transportation. I was just talking about this in the last interview, but to try to figure out better ways to get folks who, I mean, are already they're entry-level employees. They have to show up in person, like our food nutrition services or laundry.
Right.
So commuting
There's no working
options.
remote when you're a
Right.
hands-on person.
Yes, and we don't have the best, you know, infrastructure, especially if you're coming from outside of Boise, which most of these folks are. So anyway, it's been a really interesting and eye-opening project. But with our food nutrition folks, I'm curious, is that kind of what you're targeting with your like improving their efficiencies by using these mixes? Okay.
It is one of the things we're targeting because, you know, in general, hospitals do nationally score fairly poorly at accommodating for patients with allergies.
Oh.
And so, like, you know, you'll have somebody who's celiac or they have some sort of food allergy, and there's really, most hospitals actually don't really have a good, robust policy for that. It's getting better all the time.
Yeah.
But then now we have like a whole population of people who are vegan and plant-based.
Oh, yeah.
And then the overlay of like, well, nutrition drives wellness, and there's nutritionists everywhere and dietitians in hospitals. Why are we not serving really nutrition focused foods? And then they can still, like, I'm not, you know, I kind of push back on the whole like fad diet thing of like, oh, put everybody on raw almonds and kale chips. It's like, yeah, right. You really think my 90-year-old father-in-law is going to want that when he's in for chemo?
He's
Hell
like,
no. He wants pancakes.
Yes.
But how can we make a better pancake?
Yes.
Like, how can we make those foundational foods and have it be high fiber, have it be lower glycemic index, have it be, you know, flavor forward and still really good, but maybe like push them on their boundaries of comfort. You know, like instead of Christie's, let's go for a Idaho Teff pancake.
Yes,
like
I love that.
Yeah, like our pancake mix is like, it's our top seller. All the Teff is grown right here in Idaho. It's processed in Boise.
Oh wow!
And it's like a fantastic way to like kind of close those loops. So yeah. Fun
Okay.
stuff.
So wait, did you tell me where to buy?
Oh no.
This? Okay.
So like I would say go to the Broadway, the Albertson Marketplace stores.
Yes.
Yeah. So those are the two best places to go.
Okay.
And then Boise Co-op, they have us in the
Snacktivist.
bulk bins, and then a couple other places, and of course Roots Zero Waste Market. We love Roots.
Oh, okay.
You can buy our products bulk there, which is really fun.
love that.
Reduce your packaging footprint. So
hey,
yeah.
Wow, this has been really fun to meet you.
Yeah.
And I'm totally going to look for that. I'm not just plugging your product.
Yeah, no,
I'm
thank
like
you.
all about bringing the focaccia bread to my next party. So
Heck yeah.
very nice to meet
It's
you, Jody.
very impressive. Good to meet you too. So much fun. All right. And we'll have to continue this conversation offline for sure.
Absolutely.
Two. Okay, everybody, welcome back. I'm Joni. I have Derek here joining us. We're going to have a little chat. Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just got to warm up with Molly. It was super cool. I've never done anything like this before. Have you?
No, never.
Have you ever heard of it?
I had to go and research the Smithsonian
Yes.
version of this. And
Yeah.
It was pretty
It's
cool.
a pretty cool concept, I have to say.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah,
So
what?
far.
Yeah, I know. So far, so good. So what do you do?
Oh, so I am a serial entrepreneur.
Mm-hmm.
I've had a software company, went out and consulted, and I've helped other companies, and
Mhm.
now I have a supply chain consulting company.
Cool.
And we're also building supply chain technology.
Amazing. I'd love to hear more about that. I mean, it's just, being somebody who works in the CPG, like consumer packaged goods, like supply chain is literally, like, it's the 90% of our business that we worry about and no one knows about.
Oh, that's right.
Right?
And you've probably been impacted over the past several years, right?
I mean, we've been really lucky, but it's been pretty catastrophic for a lot of people we know. So
very much so.
I think it's been awesome that like the world's had a wake-up call, that it shouldn't just be this like hidden industry that no one really thinks about and everyone just assumes it works.
Yeah. No,
And
it's the time for some disruption, really.
It is.
And it's time to start thinking about reshoring and localization and,
Yeah.
and all of those things.
Yeah.
When you describe your business,
Mhm.
I'm gonna focus on you for a second.
Sure.
Do you call yourself a manufacturer or a product company?
We're actually a product company, but we're an odd hybrid in that we're building a brand that's consumer facing. So we are a brand, but we do farmer connected supply chain.
Uh-huh.
So we don't have vertical integration, like we don't own the manufacturing pieces, but we're still running our ingredients through them from soil to plate.
Yep.
So it's a really different and kind of strange space to navigate.
Okay. Yeah.
But exciting. There's some
So-
cool technology that's helping connect all that.
I'll bet. Probably automation and all kinds of.
Yeah,
Yeah.
a little bit. We're trying to create like a transparency tool using QR codes.
Okay,
So
yeah.
that like our consumers can actually like that whole greenwashing element can be removed because they're like, oh, I can see where this came from. I can trace that all the way to the field and whoa, there's the farmer talking about why they do what they do and why they're different.
Okay, yeah. So let me tell you a little bit about who I often talk with.
Yeah, yeah.
So typically for us, we are working with manufacturing companies or product companies that are trying to grow.
Mm-hmm.
They were able to produce a product. at certain capacity,
Mm-hmm.
and they've reached demand, or they have some customer validation,
Sure.
and they're starting to grow.
And now they're like, uh-oh.
Yeah, they're like, I could do it this way, and I could do this much.
Yeah, yeah.
But now I have to think about warehousing different. Now I have to think about, how I manage SKUs and inventory management.
And it's for people who've never done it, I don't think you understand actually how complicated that stuff is.
In fact,
it's very complicated.
Yeah, we call it, we actually, that's funny. We say there is this complexity mystery that happens at the beginning of scale each and every time.
Mm-hmm.
And how do you prioritize? How do you evaluate what systems, tools, processes, people, things that you need to bring in to solve your problems?
Right.
And that's where we come in. We actually we'll look and evaluate, and we'll start bringing clarity
Very cool.
to the actual problem the manufacturer's having.
And then like help you prioritize where to put your time and energy and money.
Yep.
Personnel.
Evaluating, and most of the manufacturers that come to us don't have a strong supply chain team.
Yeah, interesting.
So, they're good at manufacturing.
It's very relationship driven.
Very relationship driven. Oh yeah.
Which is an interesting component. I mean, it's like the human side of it.
Huh?
So, yeah, that's cool. I didn't know you guys were working in that space. It's good to know.
We are, and we're also helping organizations that help those manufacturers. So
Very cool.
we're now working with centers of influence around those manufacturers and helping them think about how they would think about that at a larger scale.
Sure. Gosh, that's a huge, like, vast ocean of things to tackle there. And I think that so many companies, it's like as you're scaling, it's almost like boiling a frog. And so they just kind of add layers of capacity, whether they really are set up to handle it or not. Then instead, like, you just don't take the time to step out of it and really be critical of, oh, why are we doing this process? It's really dumb. It doesn't even make sense. It's not efficient, and we're losing money.
All the time.
Yeah.
And right now, it's all about being nimble and thinking about things differently.
Yeah, it sure is.
And thinking about what's close to you and how do I connect the dots and where's the expertise.
What's close.
Yeah.
That's the biggest changer, I feel like. And I mean, I remember in the 90s all the protests against, world trade. And I remember being caught in the middle of some of that because, we were skeptical of how that might impact the long-term U.S. economic resiliency. And I grew up in an agricultural community, so it was like, okay, like keeping manufacturing close to home was something that really was meaningful to us, and I feel like it kind of got just not really thought about for about 2 decades until it suddenly came home to roost, and suddenly there was nothing on the shelves. And still, where was I the other day? I was shocked that there was half the shelves were empty. It was like a big department store too. I could not believe it.
Well, even the shelves in grocery stores, you'll see fewer flavors and product lines.
Yeah.
Purposely.
Yeah.
We're refocusing. We're trying to figure out what we can actually
Well, and we've heard that a lot
produce.
from buyers, from accounts that were like, kind of no-brainers for our brand to do business with. And then what we've heard from them is they're like, look, we are under kind of like a overall rule that they're telling us to simplify, like fewer brands.
Hallelujah.
Like it's making life easier, but then it's like causing this ripple effect where now a lot of the emerging brands are like, well, how can we maybe bond together so that we're under one banner so we can sneak in that way and add diversity through less complexity? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes total sense.
Because then the retailers are like, oh, awesome, one person to have to talk to, and there's all this kind of thinking going on out there in the founder world, in my world anyways. It's like, how do we navigate this? Like, how can we figure out some advantages?
Talk about the founder world real quick. Let's shift gears.
Yeah, founder world. Yeah.
Because, I've been a founder for quite some time, and the landscape's always changing. The past couple of years have really sort of shifted too. It's a challenge being a founder. I know that goes without saying, but
it really is. I don't think anything can really prepare you for it, to be honest. It's kind of like I have 3 kids, and everyone said, oh, you just can't know what it's like until you have kids. You can't even comprehend what it's going to involve. And I'm like, damn, having a business is the same kind of thing.
There's so much sacrifice.
Yeah.
How would you advise people that want to be an entrepreneur? Would you say, it's fully worth it go for
Yeah.
it? Or
You know, honestly, I think it just depends on the person. I think there's so much of that, yeah, you know, like that nuance there that, you know, for somebody, like for me personally, I'm really driven by what the mission of our company is. And so, like, despite how hard it is, I'm like, I have to see this through because I feel like it will be very instrumental in survival of future generations through regenerative climate impact farming practices. And we have to drive that through the market. So you have to have brands that make that happen. However, if I wasn't doing something that I felt like had a mission with it, considering I'm very employable as an RN and a scientist,
the risk may not be worth it.
I might be like, I kind of miss not working weekends, and I really wish I had paid leave again, and all the things you kind of don't really think about when you're working 60 hours a week, year in and year out. It's a little intense.
It's interesting. You probably have people falling over to work for you. I think about this generation so purpose-driven.
Yeah. Yeah, and we do. We actually have a lot of talent approaching us, which is a fantastic position to be in. But, you know, as like still being an emerging brand, we can't really compete with the market for pay and benefits. And so we're in that weird tension point where I am really lucky to say that our core employees and team members that we have, they're there because they believe in it, and they're not just there for the money. Yeah.
Now,
because the money's not that great.
Was there sort of for the most part, is there a general, I just want to do something purposeful, or was there this specifically is my purpose? This is
well, for one of them, she and I were actually volunteers for a nonprofit that was also focused on like food systems and healthy food advocacy. And so she's like, almost feels like this is a continuation of her nonprofit work, but it's in something that's building a self-perpetuating movement, which is why we're for-profit and not nonprofit. We're B Corp. So that one's different. The other, the other key employee we have who's amazing, and she has complexities of being a single mom of 5 kids. And so it's like, okay, cool, we'll let you have flexibility to accommodate your schedule. And startups are crazy anyways. You're working at the weirdest hours of the day, so it actually is like a win-win there, you know?
Yep.
Where like a more rigid job wouldn't work for her.
I don't even remember what that's like.
I know. Can you imagine going to work and it's 9 to 5 and you go home?
No.
And that's it? And you get a lunch break? Wow.
Well, as a matter of fact, I used to, I like what I do. I love what I do.
Yeah.
And so I'll work 6 days a week, 7 days a week.
Yeah.
And I used to have people tell me they're sorry that I was in the office on Saturday.
Yeah.
Sorry to see you on the office on Sunday. And I stopped pretending. I just finally said to them,
like, I kind of love this.
This is where I want to be. Like,
yeah.
I'm not sorry. I know that I'm not out on a bike ride, or I'm not doing this other thing.
That's a cool thing, though. When you really love what you're doing, it's suddenly not work.
Yeah,
There's
not work.
Things that are, but I think on that note, it's an awesome place to wrap it up.
Oh yeah, I think that's perfect.
And it's like you just think about that transition period, and I think that's if you're that person and you can get into something and love what you do and think about it all day long, you're a perfect founder because you are your work.
You're in the right place.
Yeah, you're in the right place. Yeah.
This is really nice.
I know, super fun
Happy that we
talking
got
to you.
to talk.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Yeah, and I don't know what our timeline is, guys, but.
Let's do it this way.
That's right.
Welcome back. I'm here with Dwayne from Librarium.
Hi. Nice to meet you, Derek.
Nice to meet you as well. Let's learn a little bit about Librarium.
Yeah, totally. So Librarium is the world's first fully immersive learning platform designed specifically to help students achieve their educational goals, wherever that might be. And so you can imagine it sort of like you pop on a VR headset and you can study for the SAT in Hogwarts. That's kind of the idea.
That sounds rad.
Yeah, yeah.
So give me walk me through the experience. Yeah.
Sure. So it's a virtual reality memory palace, and so essentially, like, you cruise around the environment and you interact with props that are mnemonic, and they help you to make mental connections with the things you're trying to memorize. For example, let's say I'm doing macroeconomics, and I need to remember the Gini coefficient. So the Gini coefficient is a ratio representing wealth inequality.
Okay.
Okay, and so it's like it's a curve called the Gini curve or Gini coefficient, and the steeper the curve, the worse the wealth inequality is in a nation. Okay, and when I was creating a demo for Librarium, I paired that with the zucchini. Zucchini, Genie, right?
Yeah.
And so when I'm walking around in this kind of like fantasy library, there's a zucchini sitting there, and I'm like, oh, it's a zucchini. And I pick it up, and boop, like a little flash card pops out and says Gini coefficient. And I'm like, oh yeah, and the zucchini, okay, it's wealth inequality, so I think of it as like the big green weenie that represents wealth inequality, and you'll never forget that now, right?
No, nope.
Totally.
It's
locked
implanted.
in.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what we're trying to do, right? We're trying to create these wacky associations that help people like retain information better.
Yeah. What's your background? How'd you get into this?
Oh man. Okay. So I lived in Taiwan for 8 years. I was in Asia for over a decade, and I got really, really like enthralled with studying Mandarin, and so I studied in university. And really, the only way to be like successful at, as a white guy learning Chinese is to like get really good at memorizing. And so I sort of studied all the learning techniques, and I sort of developed ways to help myself remember everything. And I ended up becoming fluent, starting a business over there. And then, fast forward to like the pandemic, I was working on a business degree, and I actually ended up testing out of every single class.
Okay.
I did that through Memory Palace and just having really great memory because I taught myself how to learn. And while I was doing that, I was actually studying economics, and I had this like idea of like, the zucchini and the flashcard and everything. And I was like, man, we could bring that like Memory Palace takes a lot of effort and discipline. And we could take that it's a little bit inaccessible to a lot of people, right? And we could make it available to everyone, using the power of VR.
Now, and did you start that business here in Boise?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. I just started prototyping it, and then, we had an opportunity to pitch to Meta. They loved it. They green-lighted us for the store right away, and we had it built in less than a year.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're here to support entrepreneurs, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's this whole event is focused on helping entrepreneurs make better decisions. What kind of advice would you give to entrepreneurs?
Oh man, get involved with the community.
Yeah.
Honestly, like I don't know if I could have even done this in a different place. I just have so many like great contacts and friends, and everybody is just so willing to jump in, right? I could give Dennis a call from Tackle.io. He's a busy guy. They have a huge company, and he'd be like, "Yep, let's get a coffee." Boom, Like
Yeah, very
that easy.
accessible, right?
Yeah. If I need any advice, I can reach out to other CEOs and other and everybody's just super cool.
You won't forget any of that either, right?
Yeah. Well,
like
I've forgotten a lot of it, but yeah.
Boy, I would love to have that attribute.
It's yeah.
We can work on that together.
Absolutely. I'll get you a key.
Yeah, I seem to forget things constantly. Talking about like decision fatigue and being a founder.
Oh yeah, that's the truth.
You know, all the other things that happen when you're running a company and finding money for the company and building it and having conversations with the users of, your products.
It's nonstop.
Yeah.
Honestly, like doing it myself, pretty much for the first time. I've done a lot of like consulting things and been part of startups in different roles. This is really the first time I've been like in the CEO position, and it's a completely different feeling. There's just so much disparate, like crazy things happening all the time, different types of work.
Yeah.
Being social and doing things like this and writing code and
pulling you away from that core thing that you're doing within the business, but also giving you perspective, right?
Kinda.
Yeah.
It's really interesting and like trying to find your role in that is fascinating.
Yeah. Something interesting that happened to me. I started a software company in 2008 with a business partner.
Okay.
And we grew that company and we did some fun things and we're building our own products and building software for other people. And I really didn't grasp what it took to do that at the time. I was less entrepreneurial. I'd come from more of a professional business environment, but my business partner was more entrepreneurial. And, we had a great experience. We parted ways and, full circle, I've started this company. And now I actually think more like he thought on this side of things, which is like, I finally have some perspective. Maybe I'm not smart enough to have it then, but now I understand why we were going through things. And I understand why we saw things the way we did.
That's fascinating. That I had a really similar experience. When one of my first startups that I was a part of, I was a partner in a design company in Taiwan. A couple of white guys. We started a branding and design firm, and he was the business guy and I was the work. And I never understood what the hell he did. It was constant. I was like, do you even do a job?
So interesting.
Meanwhile, now I'm in this role and I'm like, man, he must have been working his ass off.
And sometimes it's just the weight of the experience that's ever present.
It's completely different. Yeah. And yeah, of course, there's as like being in a leadership role, there's a ton of responsibility that is just not. And I mean, if you're doing it right, they don't notice it. People on your team don't necessarily know that you are carrying a lot of weight and a lot of stress.
That's right. Taiwan, the governor's going on a trade mission to Taiwan in December.
That's awesome.
Have you ever wanted to go on one of those trade missions? Or
oh my gosh, I would love to. I miss Taiwan a lot. I like it. I spent my whole 20s there, doing every stupid thing under the sun, pretty much. I mean, finally got myself on track and went to uni and all that. But in the beginning, it was really just I was playing in a band, and it was
the entrepreneurial landscape there is fascinating. So, I traveled there over the years. We were working on helping manufacturers in Taiwan commercialize into the U.S.
That's basically what my company did. That's awesome. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay. And so we travel in and out. And I went on a couple of the trade missions, but man, what a cool place, Taiwan.
It's awesome. And everybody has their own little business. What I found, like they have these, all the houses are called totian. You know that? The totian is like it has the garage door on the downstairs and then like all the floors of the house are above it. And every single totian has a different business. And like when, sun comes up, all the garage doors roll up, everybody's doing their own thing. It's a motorcycle repair shop or it's a danbing store, or it's like some other kind of like, mooncakes or who knows what it is, right? But it's fascinating. Everybody wants to do like their own business and be their own.
We're there
boss.
for so long.
Yeah, I was pretty integrated.
I remember there was a different funding experience with Taiwanese entrepreneurs.
That is a thing that we didn't really get into. We sort of self-funded and we never really like were looking for any kind of funding. So I'm curious, what was your
Well,
experience?
I'll tell you what, I've got to wrap up the conversation, unfortunately, but we'll have this conversation outside of this event.
Yeah.
I think that'd be
Let's
really
do it. That'd be
meaningful.
fascinating.
Awesome.
I am happy to meet anyone who's been to Taiwan. It's great.
I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel bad that I'm not on the next trade mission.
Oh man, totally.
Well,
now,
yeah,
now
it's
I
great.
want to be.
Excellent.
It's been a pleasure, man. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
All right, 1, 2.
1, 2. Welcome back. I'm Dwayne, and I'm here with Adam from Cargo Made. Hey, Adam.
Hey, I'm so happy to be here. This is exciting.
I know. It's a thrill, right?
Yeah.
So tell me about what you do.
Yeah, so I invented an invention at Cargo Made where we build motorized tie-down straps that are integrated into truck beds and trailers. So rather than come on, everybody knows the bundle of a tie-down strap that's in the back of the truck.
I'm very familiar. Yeah.
Always tangled, wet, knotted up, right? Or most people don't even know how to use it, right? Yeah. We tried to mitigate that, get rid of that problem altogether. A truck is built to haul cargo, and yet nothing in the industry is for helping you haul your cargo. It's like tie-down strap and a bungee cord. Like, what else is there?
Could one of these things tie down a boat?
Depending on the size of the boat. So we're looking at many different avenues that we can go within our company. So right now, our main product that we're selling is what we call the Motor Mule.
Okay.
And the Motor Mule is a tie-down strap built into the back of the truck for tying down your average stuff that you use every day. Our Motor Mule Pro that we're going to be coming up with has a 2,500 pound winch motor in it that you can put in one of our systems that'll create a 90-degree bend within it.
Wow.
To where you can pull a four-wheeler up into the back of your truck with a push of a button. We've all seen the fail videos where the guy's on it, drives up the ramp and goes through the window, or it falls back on him. Fun to laugh at unless it's you, right? And so hook it to the front, pull it up in, tie it down, and then we're hoping to get into trailers as well. So tying down a boat, tying down your ATVs, a backhoe, whatever it might be, logistics industry, hauling lumber and other things. We definitely want to get into that. But right now we're a small little thing, so that's
fascinating.
We can.
So you made me think of two things there. One is Marty McFly's shoes from Back to the Future 2, right? So I want that. So I have a handmade wooden sailboat that
Really?
I built. Yeah, and I'm always tying it down, all the time.
You don't want it too tight, too loose,
exactly.
especially if it's handmade.
And then when you said yours was 2,500 pounds, I feel it would snap it in half.
So you wouldn't want the pro.
The amateur is good for me.
Yep. And so depending on what you want to do, but the nice thing is you still have that ability to control how tight you want it. We're coming out with an autonomous system to where it's self-monitoring. So let's say your boat, you don't want it to be super tight, or a glass table.
Yeah.
You set it at, let's say, 50 pounds of force. Press the self-secure, and it'll hold it at 50 pounds. So if you're driving, your strap comes loose, it'll self-tighten. And if it can't, let's say for some reason it cuts or falls off, it can notify the driver through a buzzer, a light, a notification that your strap has come loose before your boat goes flying off and sailing where it shouldn't.
Yeah, totally. Down the highway. That would be ugly.
Yeah, but the thing is it's sad when it first is oh man, I broke the thing I just got, right?
Yeah.
But what about lives? What happens
oh
when
my gosh.
something...
Yeah.
One of the things I've loved about running this business is everybody has a story, 100% of the time. I could probably ask you, have you ever been on a family vacation, driving around town, and something flew out of the back of their truck, and you swerved to miss it, or a family member, the same thing. Everybody's got a story with it.
It happens.
But there's never been a solution for it. And so it's really fun doing this to be able to hear people's stories and being thanks, I'm so excited for this to come about.
Man, that is fascinating.
Yeah.
That also means that my wife will be able to help me set up the boat. You know?
The funniest
those straps are definitely like nobody else in the family knows how to do it, just me. And it's like, yeah.
I just had the other day, my sister, she's like 17, and she sends me this video. She's about to go on this camp out, and there's these grown men, and it's literally like 6 men trying to undo this strap, and no one can figure it out. And she sends me this video of like, nobody knows how to work a tie-down strap.
That's
and from what she told me, she like went over and undid it for him and did it, you know, just because of our family. And it really is fun to take the stress away from people, that they can actually use the truck what they bought it for and feel confident in hauling loads.
Yeah, for sure. And you see like tons of unsecured loads, like just going down the road, tailgate down, just like, that thing could slide out and mash me at any minute.
I'm wanting to start, social media has never been something like I've done a lot. I recognize you got to.
Yeah.
And we're wanting to do a Fail Fridays,
that's
a funny
legit.
fail, to where either some of our customers or followers send in pictures of fails that they've seen that week. We've all seen like some guy laying over the pile of leaves to keep him from blowing out. You know, it's like, what are you doing? Like, it's not worth risking your life. It's not worth a ticket.
No kidding.
And so I think it's a fun way for people to start recognizing there's a problem in a fun way, and then also saying there's a solution to this, right?
That is a really great idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it, man. That's fascinating. So how's it going? How's the business going?
It's I imagine about like with any business you start. That's why I love over here at the BEW. It's when I say that things are like this and crash and burn, they're like, oh, so you're doing great, you know? But anywhere else, they're like, oh, that doesn't sound good. So we're doing well. We've had to pivot a lot in the last little bit, realizing you might snap a boat or taco a truck. And so we had to come out with a lighter duty. So originally it was the Pro, and now we're like, you know what, most people just want a lighter duty, cheaper, light duty, get them used to it. And so we've had to pivot quite a bit recently. And with that, a lot of costs. I'm the designer and manufacturer of them all. And so I have to keep learning new ways of manufacturing.
There must be, tell me about the safety regulations that you have to get through. Like, I imagine there must be like a ton, right?
Mm-hmm. So that's something I'm working right now with either liability companies as well as attorneys, because my biggest fear is something going wrong. Like trying to become the name brand of safety in the cargo, but that's never a good thing when that goes bad. Right?
Yeah,
but
totally.
you gotta start somewhere. And so the first little bit has been more of product development, prototyping, put it on like friends and families kind of trucks.
Okay.
And then when we're ready to fully scale, we're just a few months away from finally getting to go to market.
Great.
And start manufacturing on a larger scale. And so right now it's been more of just in the works of working, because I have no idea what laws and regulations there are.
I hear
so
you.
it's like, there's some things, you know, if my toilet's broke, I might go figure it out. But when it comes to like liability and law and attorney work, nope, I'm hiring that out.
That was kind of the same for us. Like, so I have a virtual reality company, and
Which I'm dying to hear about.
Yeah, we're 100% remote. You know, we meet in VR in a virtual office that is like branded like for us, right? And I still have to have liability insurance. Like,
really?
Why? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, my parents always said, don't sit too close to the TV screen. You'll hurt your eyes. Well, and now we put them right there. So I don't know, maybe.
I think it's because like if I give a demo, or for like one of my guys like slips or falls with a headset on, or who knows what, I don't know. But I mean, lawyers have told me that I have to have it, and
makes sense. It's better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it. And I'm happy with that.
Yeah. Except when I'm balancing the budget and I'm like, why am I paying for all this stuff? You know what I mean?
But that's the other thing, is it's like, it's not just about your product now, it's like books, and it's about law, and like there's so much more to entrepreneuring than just, we'll go out there and build this. You got to become an expert at everything with no training.
That's absolutely right. Well, it looks like that's about it for our time.
Yeah.
That was super fast. I'd love to continue the convo later.
I would love to.
Yeah.
It's good chatting with you.
Absolutely. Thanks, Adam. That's been great.
1, 2.
1, 2.
1, 5. Hi, welcome back, Entrepreneur Week. What a day of continuous conversations. I'm super curious to go back and watch all these myself. So we've had 24 different people sit down and have a continuous conversation today. I want to take it off here to Mark Doubleday, who's been the man with the plan behind the cameras all day. You know, our video guy over at Vinyl who volunteers his time. And really the last 3 years, if any of you've seen our digital content the last 3 years, that's all Mark. You know, it looks great. So for our last continuous conversation, I'm excited to sit down with Mr. Adam Stock here, our winner from last year's pitch competition panel competition. And I caught your talk earlier with other winners, and so it was really cool to see a group of you up there, and something that's neat is just the sense of community that gets built just from the winners.
It's nuts. It really is. Rob has been such a great example to me of the washy toilet seats. Because for me, my hardest thing has been selling product. My dad owns a construction company. My uncle owns a landscaping company. And it's just like services are a completely different ballgame than product.
Right.
Because if you mess up installing a toilet, you go back, you put it in, you buy it right, it's easy. But you can't scale your product until you've done it right.
Yep.
And you can't do it right until you've tested it, but you can't test it until there's just so much and nobody understands. Rob has been such a tremendous blessing to me because he understands.
And you and Rob actually have something in common that I would say that stuck out to me as I think about now 7 years of pitch competitions, is you're both really good at telling the story of what you're trying to do. And you wouldn't necessarily think a toilet seat and like a tie-down strap are like they're going to bubble up the winners. I mean, there's lots of companies that you might think are kind of more traditional winners of a pitch competition, but so much about being an entrepreneur is being able to tell the story of what your thing is, especially in the early days, right?
Yep.
And so I just think back to kind of you pitching last year, and I can't remember who I was joking with. Probably several people when they're asking me about you. I was like, you know what, that dude is like through and through Idahoan. Like we claim him for sure, and that's a big part of what helps your success.
Yeah.
And Rob is another example. When he won with his check, the first thing he did was he called his bank and he's like, "Hey, can I do a promo video of me walking into the bank trying to cash my big check?" And the bank's like, "Hell yeah, let's do it!" Right? And I think that's great. That's a great way to tell the story about something you just accomplished. So I'm a little curious. So, I've talked with you a little bit since you won last year, but what have you been up to? How's everything going?
So I'm happy. I don't think my mom's very happy, I just decided, it was like, you know what? I won the IEC, I won the BEW, I even won David Meltzer's TV show. And it's like, this is going somewhere, so I need to really commit. So I dropped out of college.
Yeah, that wouldn't make mom happy.
Yeah, it wouldn't make mom happy, but I dropped out. I'd love to go back and finish, but I realized where I needed to go, this needed time. So we filed for a patent. We've had to do several pivots. Very painful, but great experience to learn, to be able to take the company in the direction it actually needed to go. But a lot of pivoting and dropping out. Not that I don't encourage people to drop out of college, but it was a great path for me right now. What I've had to teach myself and the people I've been able to network with and learn from, I'm learning more than I have in college. It's been funny with me just learning what I have. I've actually had several professors call me in, have me teach them how to do some things on their machines, and then the next week they teach it in class. And it's like, why am I here? Right? It's supposed to be the other way around. And so having the cash flow from the pitch competition was able to give me that wind beneath my wings to just start taking off and getting out there.
And that's what it's all about. I mean, it's oxygen for entrepreneurs, right? To have some cash. It's the oxygen you need to breathe, right? And no, that's really exciting. I mean, college is kind of an interesting one. I mean, for entrepreneurs at least, there's certainly great skills you can get from being in school. Sometimes hard science stuff like engineering, you really got to go and learn those skills.
If you're gonna be a doctor, you got it.
You got it, yeah, right. But for entrepreneurs, I mean, sometimes it's about jumping out, being fearless, taking the plunge and learning what failing looks like. I mean, you're going to fail a lot. You probably fail every day sometimes, right? And then you got to pick yourself up and do it again and build the next thing or accomplish the next goal or whatever it is. I mean, learning how to fail and fail fast. And I know that's now almost cliche, but it is something that college isn't necessarily going to always teach you how to do that.
One of the things, I have a buddy, he's got in his office where he works, and he's got what looks like a plaque for his degree, his diploma. And I finally started looking at it the other day. It's even got the official seal, and it says YouTube University. And I was like, that's awesome. That's the story of my life right now. How to give a pitch, right? And how to build this and program these machines. And it's rather than getting 8 hours a week at college, I'm getting 80 hours a week of my own education towards what I want to do and becoming an expert in my own little field. Nobody's ever built a motorized tie-down strap before. And it's fun to be able to say, at one point, I'm going to be a world expert on the matter. I don't need to know rockets. I don't need, because college, I feel, is this really large blanket, but I know what I want to do. Like, I know what I want. I'm going to go get it. So why waste my time on thermodynamics and other things that have no application to me right now? So if you know what you want, go and get it. And then do whatever it's going to take to get there. And I think the community here in Boise and Idaho is all about, how do we get these people that know what they want, how do we get them the things they need? After I won the BEW, I had so many meetings and phone calls, not from the BEW, but from people who saw it and they were like, hey, we're a part of the Idaho manufacturing group here in Idaho. We'd love to have you on. We'll waive the fees. We get you that you're a young startup. We just want you a part of our community. Like, where do you find that? Like, this is amazing.
Well, and beyond the check that winners win, you know, we always assume that one of the biggest thing that comes is the connections, the mentorship, the opportunities. I mean, there's a lot of media publicity that comes from winning this competition. And, you know, the check is in some ways just kind of a vehicle to, like, accelerate all of it, right? Like, and I don't want to diminish that. Like, again, capital is oxygen for entrepreneurs, but we know that there's a lot more that circles around that opportunity than just the check. And so it's very gratifying for me. I'm like patting myself on the back. You can't see it. Like, but like, it's very gratifying for me to have a conversation when you guys come back and then contribute back into the event and offering your expertise that you have now, because you have something now to give back to the community, and that's what it's all about.
It's all about giving back.
Yeah. So. Well, anyways, that's about our time for the continuous conversation. Obviously, BEW is running all week. This was a fun test for us. We've never done a continuous conversation before. We talked about doing it for a while. Hopefully, you saw lots of kind of random pairings. That was on purpose to try and get people to meet and connect in a new and interesting way, and give you a chance to be part of it, whether you're down here or just tuning in online. We do run the rest of the week. Tickets are free. You can register at boiseentrepreneurweek.org. You can see our full schedule there, and we'd love to see you come down and join us here at Jump. There's 3 more days, so hopefully we see you soon. With that, thanks for tuning in.
Hello, my name is Tom Keeley, and I am the Director of the Idaho Department of Commerce. Nurturing and evolving an innovative idea takes passion, expertise, and funding. iGEM can help. iGEM, or the Idaho Global Entrepreneurial Mission, is a grant program dedicated to funding new ideas, innovations, concepts, processes, and products. iGEM funds commercialization research projects where a business partners with an Idaho University research team to advance innovative products and services to market from Idaho. This dual investment helps Idaho businesses create new products, new ventures, and high-value jobs, while simultaneously increasing the research capacity and the caliber of Idaho's 3 public research universities: Boise State University, Idaho State University, and the University of Idaho. By utilizing the iGEM grant program and partnering with an Idaho Research University, iGEM can help reduce your business's R&D expenses and get your new product to market faster. For more information on the iGEM program, please visit igem.idaho.gov or contact Carmen Archibald at carmen.archibald@commerce.idaho.gov. Hello, my name is Tom Keeley, and I am the Director of the Idaho Department of Commerce. As the lead economic development agency for the state of Idaho, it is our mission to foster a business-friendly environment, to aid in quality job creation, support existing companies, strengthen communities, promote innovation, and market Idaho domestically and internationally. We achieve this mission through the efforts of several department teams and programs, as well as our network of economic development partners throughout the state. Our standard is move at the speed of business to accelerate the growth of the state's economy and ensure we are proactively anticipating the needs of businesses and communities. For more information on our programs and the ways we can help, please visit commerce.idaho.gov.